Good afternoon, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here. I hope you all are having a great day. Sorry that I was a little bit late to the arrival here of my stream, but anyways, we are live on this strong tornado potentially on the ground, moving across Lake Charles, Louisiana as we speak. We go and look at our reflectivity really quickly. Again, we might have a strong tornado up here near Westlake, Lake Charles. We might have another one racing out a Boeing line part of this across 210, just south of Lake Charles. We can see that Boeing structure. We have had wind gusts over 110 plus miles an hour with this activity as this is now approaching the radar site. Look how strong these velocities are, over 80 miles an hour. And again, we might have a tornado on the ground, a strong one perhaps over Westlake. We go to our correlation coefficient. Let's go to that. Oh yes, we do have a tornado on the ground right now moving across Westlake in Louisiana. So again, this is in Lake Charles, moving across Westlake. We might have a strong tornado on the ground. Right now we have a debris signature on Doppler radar at the moment. I've been keeping an eye on this for a while now, and yeah, there we go. We got a new tornado warning. I'm surprised this is not confirmed yet because we are seeing hints of that debris signature and rotation. Look at where the rotation is right here near Westlake. So let me bring up my Epic pin. So if we go and look at Westlake, sorry about that. My Discord is automatically starting up on me. I don't know why that is. There we go. So this is where our tornado might be right now over Westlake, or it is over Westlake. And now it's crossing over I-10, moving into Lake Charles here very soon. We can see where the rotation actually is. Let's go to correlation coefficient really quickly. This has not updated yet, but I'm assuming we might have a debris ball on this still just to the southeast of Westlake, not far from Lake Charles in Louisiana. If you're just tuning in right now, we are tracking this. Breaking news right now. A tornado is on the ground because we do have a debris signature that is being noted on this. We are waiting to get a new update on correlation coefficient, which should be out really, really soon. And once we get the new update, we will let you know. Yes, there it is. There's the debris ball still to the south east of Westlake. There is the rotation that is correlated with high reflectivity values. So there is definitely a CC drop to the southeast of Westlake. All right, right here is where we're seeing that debris being noted right now, getting close to Lake Charles, Louisiana. So to get some exact street names here, if you are on Clarence Street, if you're on Broad Street, Ryan Street, if you're on Lakeshore Drive, or South Lakeshore Drive, that is, in Lake Charles, you're going to want to take shelter, and we just got a new scan. There is the debris ball. There it is right now. It is now crossing over Broad Street right now. Clarence Street. If you're downstream of this, Pine Acres, Trailer Park, you're going to need to take shelter right now. We are talking about a tornado that is on the ground. It is, let me kind of circle this area in if I'm able to do it. Let's see here. It is this area. This is the debris ball that we are eyeing, going right over Lake Charles at the moment. And this is now on its way down into Pine Acres Trailer Park. And then eventually could be headed towards Hipple and also in Harbor in the Louisiana region. So this is moving over a really populated area. And that's what we're dealing with here. Let's see the rotation. Yes, that is, see, it is correlated here. We got reds moving away from the radar, so we definitely have rotation. Now, while this seems a little broad, this is also not very far, probably within about a quarter of a mile. We're seeing winds moving away from the radar and then winds moving toward the radar. So there's definitely a strong wind shift here at the surface. because the radar site's just right here. So it's passing very close to the radar, within probably about a mile or so from the radar site at the moment. And so if you're downstream of this, please take shelter. If you're on State Route 14, please take shelter right now. We do have a CC drop. Okay, that CC drop. We're going to wait for a new update. New update. I think it just came out. See if it's still there. It's still somewhere in there. It's hard to take note. Probably weakening. But it's over Pine Acres Trailer Park at the moment. And that is based on, again, our correlation coefficient. Maybe a little bit of a debris ball. It's fading away a little bit. But this is also pretty close to the radar. This is not far, within a few miles from the Doppler radar. And downstream, we do have radar indicated rotation. But I swear, folks, we did have a debris ball. I'm not joking when I say that, because I know what I'm looking for on Doppler. And let's see. You can definitely take note right there. Actually, that might be it. Somewhere in here might be the debris ball is where I think we're seeing it. What's up, Ryan Teasdale? How are you doing? So again, in Lake Charles, please take shelter right now. Okay, it's broadening out. Doesn't look as intense, so it might have occluded, which is good news. But we'll have to wait once this gets away from the radar, once this gets further away. But we are definitely seeing some wind damage along this, perhaps 50 to 60, perhaps maybe even 80 miles an hour. And we might have additional tornadoes along this line. If we look at the velocity here on your screen, let me bring up my pin. So we have an area of rotation over here, and we have another area of rotation over here too. So along this line, we could be dealing with multiple vortices, spin-ups within this bowing out structure. So if you're downstream, please take shelter. If you're in Homewood, if you're in Rossignol, if you're in Hayes, if you're in Illinois Point, in Louisiana, you're going to want to take shelter. We're getting a new scan coming in right now. Let's see what it's showing. Getting new scan. This is live, real-time data, folks. Real-time. See what these are doing down here. Let's see. We're going to... Oh, yep, that one got a little stronger. So this one might be intensive. Okay, yep. We got an additional tornado warning right now for that area. So we are seeing strong rotation on this. Hackett's Corner, please take shelter right now. Up here to the north, it looks like that rotation did go away. But this is what we were dealing with earlier. If we go back on radar, look at this right here, this wind max going towards the radar, sulfur, brimstone. That there was velocities exceeding 100 miles an hour on that. And then this went into Pryan, and then University Place it moved into. And now it really looks like it might have occluded, so we're not seeing much in the way of rotation on that. Now instead, we're seeing rotation being focused down here in Hackett's Corner, and that really strengthened. Earlier it looked fairly weak, and now it's really intensifying. So we're going to see what this does in the next few scans. Again, we get live radar scan on this. Okay, now, as you know, the title does say breaking news, strong tornado on the ground near Lake Charles. We're not seeing a strong tornado on the ground anymore. At the time when I created the stream, that's what we were dealing with. This was a very quick, unexpected situation that really just popped up very quickly. So sorry if that kind of sounds a little clickbaity with the whole thing, but at the time when I created this stream, literally like 10 minutes ago, we were dealing with a strong tornado just to the southeast of Westlake. We had a big debris ball over that area. We'll see if we get storm reports on that in a little bit. Hackett's Corner, though, please take shelter right now. We are seeing a little bit of spin. We're also seeing a little bit of spin right here. So what we're looking at here is velocity. Okay, this is basically how strong are the velocities moving toward or away from the radar. So your inbound velocities are the green colors. Your outbound velocities are the pinks and reds. Okay. So you could imagine we might have a tornado right here in Sweet Lake, and then we might have another tornado over here just to the northwest of Hackett's Corner. This is on State Route 27. This is State Route 27. If you're driving along this, it's probably over State Route 27. As a matter of fact, we will get a new scan here shortly from Doppler radar, from Radar Omega. Okay, you're very welcome, Mouth Claire. I do appreciate that. I try to do my best to going live. Today is an enhanced risk of severe weather, and there's really nothing much to upload on instead of just streaming away until I make my next Atlantic hurricane seasonal forecast, which will be a week from, I think I moved it sooner, didn't I? I think I moved it to like the 17th. So this coming Friday, or probably Thursday, I will probably release another one of those. So I'm excited to bring that to you when it comes out. All right, so we're getting a new update, and it looks like still some decent rotation northeast of Hackett's Corner. Okay, so again, when we look at this, outbound velocity right here. So there's a big wedge. This is a big couplet of outbound velocities. And then we got slower winds on the northeast of that. So you can kind of think that winds are doing this, and then they're kind of doing this. So we're not seeing a closed circulation really like we had earlier, but still we are seeing rotation with this. And that is why the National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a tornado warning. We're also seeing some pretty strong outbound velocities on Bonaire in Louisiana, Iowa, Louisiana, Bellevue. We're seeing winds perhaps over 50 to 60 miles an hour, perhaps even stronger than that, maybe as high as 80 miles an hour. That is the concern with these storms. In fact, if we go and take a look at our models, while we're keeping an eye on this, so let me turn off my radar if I can figure out on how to do that. Let's discontinue the warnings really quickly, so we'll get back to those, and let's kind of roll through with what we're actually looking at here. So this is that line of storms. We're going to focus in on wind, actually. So we can see some of the these perforations of higher wind velocities right in here, perhaps 70 miles an hour. And that's exactly with what we're seeing according to the Doppler radar. So really, the HRRR doing a really good job at modeling this. And that, in particular, that one piece of wind is going to continue to move eastward. So like Port Bear, probably in the next few hours, you might get some damaging winds, perhaps by like 7 o'clock tonight, where we do have winds perhaps 70 to 80, maybe 90 miles an hour. That will blow down trees and power lines for sure. There'll be a lot of extensive wind damage being done with that. We go back though to this is the previous complete model run, because I wanted to show you something too. So here it is. Not as profound like the current model, because this is based on nowcast data, but we can even see some intense winds down here along the Gulf Coast. So there could be some isolated wind gusts, perhaps over 70, 80 miles an hour overnight, or into at least the early overnight hours, as this weather disturbance moves on by to into the deep south. And this is the real last big day of severe weather for a while. because our weather pattern is going to be looking a little more quieter. Yes, there will be times where there is marginal risks and slight risks. Nothing really streamable to talk about, but I might be doing more streaming over the next week or so, just because, again, there's really not a whole lot to upload on until we get into the hurricane season. Other than I will probably be releasing my Atlantic seasonal forecast, which is coming up actually. So I do keep it the 21st. I might move that. Actually, you guys pick in the chat, since 80 of you guys are watching, when do you guys want me to make my next Atlantic hurricane seasonal forecast? It'll probably be after the 15th, because on the 15th, that's when NOAA releases their hurricane forecast. So we'll probably wait until after that. Yep, there it is, 52-mile-an-hour wind gust out of the KCWF radar site. So there is definitely some wind on that. So let's go back to our warnings and let's see what we have right now. Still 2 radar indicated tornado warnings. I don't see anything on the ground. Actually, that looks decent there, that rotation. Probably a meso-low forming over Iowa in the Louisiana area. All right, so I'll probably do it on on Thursday, the 16th. So it's been moved sooner rather than later, because I don't think... Yeah, I'll probably end up doing it a little sooner. Or, yeah, I'll probably end up doing it a little sooner. Because I thought NOAA was going to release their hurricane forecast actually on the 20th of May, but they're actually going to do it sooner, or they're actually doing it the 15th, so I'll probably just do it then. I know. Yeah, I wasn't really prepared very well on the scheduling of releasing my hurricane forecasts. Next year, I think I'll do one in April of next year. I'll do one more, of course, in May, but like for next year's hurricane season, I'll probably release one on April 1st, then April the 28th or something, and I'll do it like every 4 weeks. So it's not so compacted. Or actually, I might just do it. I'll have to, you know what? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Maybe I'll do one this Thursday. Either way, if not, though, I'll do one definitely on Monday or Tuesday next week. It will have to be on Monday or Tuesday, because the 21st is, All right, so we might have another tornado developing in Iowa. Look at that rotation. The outbound velocities are nearing 80 miles an hour. And so very strong winds coming around this. I mean, serious winds, actually. So we might have a tornado in Iowa, Louisiana. There might be some debris on that, some clutteriness on radar, actually. Maybe some debris scouring. So if you're downstream, Lake Arthur, once again, please take shelter. We are seeing little perturbations within this. We have an area of spin. We have an area of spin here. Oh gosh, yeah, that got really tight. Really tight rotation. So we have a little bit of a perturbation right here. 73 miles an hour, so maybe a spin up or two. But way up over here, boy, we have 90-mile-an-hour velocities. Very strong rotation and strong speed max. Again, outbound velocities. This is what you're witnessing. We're seeing flow doing this on the outbound velocities. So this is going towards Lassasine in Louisiana. And then there's Iowa, Louisiana. There's I-10 right here. And that is pretty intense rotation. That is pretty strong. Not a closed circulation because we're not seeing blue or green pixels on this side. It's definitely broad, but wow, that is a strong speed max. That will do some enhanced wind damage. And the radar scans will provide you more detail too. No, Iowa, Louisiana. In Iowa City, or I should say the town of Iowa in Louisiana. That's probably a better way to word it, because people are like, what? Iowa, what? Wait. Where in Iowa, you know? So. Lacassine, if in Louisiana, Welsh, please come in your way, boy. This is going to be a monster line. It's going to be a strong one. Okay, we did get a 50-mile-an-hour wind report. 52. Actually, that is at that weather station. Got a 52-mile-an-hour wind report. So, okay, we're getting a new scan. New scan is coming in. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Did this strengthen or did it weaken? Let's take a look. No, it did not. But wow, there's going to be a lot of wind damage. Moving over Lacassine, Louisiana. It is not weakening. Slightly, maybe a little bit, but like 85-mile-an-hour velocities, down by 5. But still really, really strong right here. So that's definitely tornado-like damage. Boy, we're seeing some strong winds moving toward the radar as well. So Chloe getting some intense northwesterly or northerly winds too around this. It definitely looks like it's bowing out, though, significantly. Definitely a bow structure on this. And that's where you're finding the strongest winds. Now look at it bowing out like that. So along the apex of this bowing feature, that's where you're finding the strongest winds right now. I mean, we are easily getting winds 60 to 70 miles an hour along this. Lacassine, it's going to come right into your area right now. You're probably getting a lot of wind damage. Probably power flashes, your power's flickering. Oh my goodness. Definitely a big one. Definitely a big line going through. We might even have a water spout down here too. And that's going really close to Oak Grove, so a water spout perhaps. Oh, we got a new update. New update. Did it strengthen? We're up to 91, 92-mile-an-hour velocities. So that is really strong right now. Just to the southwest of Lacassine in Louisiana. Moving over State Route 101, State Route 90, Highway 90, I should say. You're definitely getting some wind. Very strong wind right now. Enough to probably blow down, certainly to blow down trees, power lines. Semi-trucks could easily flip over. We have had a few reports of that earlier today with semi-trucks flipping over because of how strong the winds have been with these storms. We just got a new tornado warning. Not a surprise given how strong the velocities are on here. So this, surprisingly, let's see what it says here. Now, this is moving at 40 miles an hour, and I would say because it's a tornado warning, we are seeing winds of at least 100 to 130 miles an hour with this. We could see wind gusts possibly peaking at 100 plus, and radar has indicated rotation. So, again, Welch, Fenton, right around 5:15 tonight. So in the next, say, few minutes here, Pine Island by 5:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Jennings around 5:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Again, this is a tornado there's going to be a lot of damage because our velocities here on this, again, what velocities measure is how fast is the rain, whatever's being detected on radar, how fast is it moving away from the radar. Your outbound velocities are these beige colors, these reds, these pink colors. Okay, so if we put this into simple terms, let's kind of zoom out a little bit. So you can kind of think of this in simple ways. There is how the air is moving throughout the storm. Okay, so the wind is doing this. It's rushing out, and we're just getting new radar. Okay, looks like it's really broad, but still very strong. Very strong wind on this. So you can think about that the winds are doing this. Okay, so they're coming around somewhere. Let's see here. Yeah, so they're doing this. Okay, they're coming around like that. And we have a little bit of divergent flow right in here. Got some really dense air that's pumping out. And so that's why you're getting the acceleration as well. That's what these storms tend to do. They'll actually, the air will diverge from a central point, which indicates that this is, there's some cold pooling with this system. And that is why you're getting this bowing line. This is what you call a gust front. You got some very intense winds along the mouth of this gust front, bowing out like that. Very strong. Oops, my pen does not want to cooperate. So along this, getting gusts of at least 70, maybe 80 miles an hour. There are some velocities in here. Oops. There are some velocities in here at about 84, 85 miles an hour. So what you're seeing here is, again, those velocities. And again, 70 to 80 miles an hour is enough to really lead to a lot of damage. Don't think 80 miles an hour is a lot weaker than 100. It really doesn't matter. You're dealing with some damaging winds. And right now, we're getting a new update. All right, still maintaining intensity. Looks like this wind field might have intensified in a larger area. So we're seeing more of these beige colors. And these beige colors are winds of at least 60 miles an hour. So that is severe thunderstorm warning criteria. But it's within this little area where we're seeing velocities of over 80 miles an hour, even 85 miles an hour. And again, that's enough to do quite a bit of damage. And this is coming into Roanoke really soon. It's already hitting Walsh. Roanoke soon. Jennings really soon. In fact, if we bring up, see if we can bring up our, oops. Nope. Let's try that again. So, why isn't it not working on us? Hold on. Let's see if I can figure this out. So, man, this does not like me, I guess. There we go. That's a little bit better. So, now that I figured it out, we could probably get a better... So this is moving at about 45 miles an hour. So if we calculate this, Roanoke, it will be there really soon by about 5:25 again. Add 2 hours to this because this is, of course, in Pacific time. So 5:25 p.m. in Roanoke. Jennings right around 5:27. Total population here, over 10,000 people. So this is definitely a populated area. Let's see. Let's get a new update. All right, it is now approaching Roanoke right now. Oh boy, this is really moving fast right now. Probably faster than 45. Let's see the warning. That's about 40, maybe 50 miles an hour perhaps. But this whole line, we kind of sketch this out. So this whole line okay, we just got a new warning. That helps out a lot. So let's click on the warning. Oh yeah, 70 mile an hour wind gusts and tornado possible on this. And we're looking at considerable wind damage. All right, wow, this is a very clear picture of what we're actually witnessing here. Winds out ahead of this are actually coming in kind of toward the radar. So we're seeing a little bit of a southeasterly flow ahead of this line, and then winds suddenly change out of the westerly direction. We actually might have a tornado on this still, though. We are seeing a little bit of rotation. It's really down here to the south, though, has really broadened out in Louisiana. So at least we're not seeing any tornado-like, any tornadic-like signatures down here south of Welch, but we are seeing a tornado-like signature happening north of I-10, where we do have a little bit of that couplet, where we have, again, greens toward, reds away. Reds and beige colors here away is where we are seeing our strong wind max moving into Roanoke along the I-10, and we're getting a new scan right now. New scan just came in. Wow, look at these winds. Okay, we might have a new tornado potentially tightening up down here too. You got to really watch this one just to the southwest of Lowry in Louisiana. So if you want to know what we're looking at, this is like east of Lake Charles in southern Louisiana right now. And we are seeing a very solid area here, 84, 85 miles an hour. So definitely some intense winds south of Welch. Not that Welch is not seeing much. You're seeing potentially 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts right now. Roanoke, you might see 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts with this. So this is a big deal right now. Jennings, you're going to want to take shelter soon. This is moving into your area. It will be in Jennings probably within the next, it appears here, in the next 5 or so minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. Let's get our storm track up and let's see what we have. So it is going to be in Jennings. Let's kind of play this through. Let's go about 43 miles an hour on the storm speed estimates. So Roanoke, 5:23 p.m. So in about a couple of minutes, maybe a little later than that, 2 to 3 plus or minus about a minute or so. Jennings, 5:28 p.m. Silverwood, Louisiana by 5:33. If you're in Merrimontu, about 5:35 p.m. If you're in Evangeline, right around 5:36 p.m. Again, 11,000 people now are being impacted by this storm. Okay, we just got a new update. Maybe it did not reach this storm yet, so we'll have to wait. Again, this is a live scan. This updates like every couple of minutes. All right, it's gonna update. It's gonna update in a second. Here it comes. Here it comes. Let's see what we got. Okay, it has intensified a little bit more. Oh yeah, it's going right for Jennings right now. Roanoke is seeing wind damage, probably 65 to 70 miles an hour. We're at about 85, 86 miles an hour right here. So this is blasting. And if you really want to know specifically how you can tell which way this is headed is based on the bowing feature of this. So if we actually bring up our pin again, see how this is kind of bowing out like this? So if you kind of draw your bow all the way across and make like a D, and then draw a line through it like a bow and arrow, it is moving right towards Jennings right now, the apex of this. So there could be potential isolated wind damage or scattered wind damage with wind gusts that could reach over 80 miles an hour with this line. So this is moving into Jennings right now within the next minute or two. This is along I-10. I know a lot of people are getting off of work right now. This is not the time to have a storm that is this strong. We also got spin-ups along this. So we're getting a new scan in live right now. And might be getting a little tighter. We might be starting to see a little bit more tighter rotation back here, southeast of Welch. But our velocity is now up to 87 miles an hour. So this has intensified a little bit. And it is moving right towards Jennings, Louisiana. So it is moving into that area within the next couple of minutes or so. Please take shelter. This is a damaging storm. Considerable to... it's considerable to potentially destructive. All right, which are two different words. 70 to 80 mile an hour winds are anticipated with this. Okay, so once again, very strong. And for 250 people that are watching, this is awesome. Getting the word out. Thank you all for doing that. So what we're looking at here is velocity. So if you're new to the channel and you don't know what velocity actually is, that's perfectly fine. When I learned this 10 years ago, I was saying the same thing. What is velocity? So this measures wind currents, because what wind likes to do is it likes to push raindrops along with the air currents. So with that being said, when it rains somewhere, we can see how fast are those drops moving horizontally, not just vertically up and down, but we can see from west to east or from north to south, right? In a vertical or in a horizontal axis. So the colors represent intensity differences. So we can say, okay, it's outbound. Any red color is outbound, but is it strong? Is it weak? So we can see here, okay, we're waiting for a new radar scan. It hasn't scanned this storm yet, but it has scanned this. So we got half of you have a new update on this. So this is basically wind flow doing this. So the winds are doing something like this, and they're bowing it straight out from the radar site. The wind velocities, that is. We're actually getting wind that's doing this now on the back side of the storm. So you're going from winds doing this, and they kind of turn in a sense. Actually, no. Actually, they do kind of like that. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Excuse me. So our velocities are doing this, and this is our patch right up in here that has the biggest concern for a possible tornado. Sorry, I got a little bit of a nasal drip today. Excuse the allergies. But yeah, Jennings right now is getting now outbound velocity. So your winds are beginning to change direction, probably out of the southwesterly direction right now. And look at this back in here. This is 96 mile an hour velocities. 96 mile an hour velocities. That is really, really strong. And now this is probably not mixing down to the surface very well. Well, it is, but you know, it's higher up. So we got to consider that too. We are looking at Jennings. So this is some distance from the radar site. So if we actually look at how high this is, we can look at this through GR2 and analysis, because it'll give us a height difference. So, okay, it's loading up. It's actually a destructive warning. Okay. So let's go to our velocity. right now. This is about 1,500 feet above the surface. Actually, that's not very high at all, considering this portion of Louisiana is about 50 feet, 100 feet above the sea level. So this is not far above the surface. So this could be mixing down to the surface at times. Yeah, we're at 94 miles an hour, now approaching Jennings. So you're getting more like west-southwesterly wind right now over Jennings. But look at Lake Arthur really getting some winds, possibly 60 to 70 miles an hour. And there it is. We might have a little bit of a tornado in here, maybe a little bit of a rope tornado, a rope vortice perhaps. We go down to the south here on Grand Chenier, North Island in Louisiana. We do have what appears to be another little couplet of a tornado perhaps. And there's some rotation up in here near Raymond, south of Raymond, where we have outbound velocities and the winds kind of curve around, where we do get more inbounds in the green. So maybe a little bit of a rotation broadening out a little bit there, but wow. This is where we are seeing some destructive wind, perhaps 70 miles an hour. So if you're now areas downstream of this, we're going to give some more locations out. So let me draw this out once again. Let's draw this out. Let's go all the way out to here, because this is, looks like it's going to be, it's moving pretty much due west. Yeah, it's moving pretty much due east, actually, not due west. We're about 45 miles an hour on this. So the little dots that you see here are little towns. So Silverwood, it's going to be on your doorstep here in about a couple of minutes. If you're in Evangleen, in about 5:37, so in about 7 minutes. If you're in Egan, in about 10 minutes. Midland, 10 minutes. Morse, in about 12 minutes. If you're in Riceville, in about 14 minutes. And we have Leroy by about 6:06. So in about 36 minutes, and we have now 30,000 people that could be impacted by this, based on how fast this is moving right now. And it's moving at about 45 miles an hour, actually moving at 50 now. So it might be in some of these areas a little sooner. I did put 45 plus or minus 5 miles an hour is what we're seeing. But velocities on this, 94 miles an hour. So we are still holding strong with this apex right up in here is where the strongest winds are going to occur. And usually they tend to do that with a mesolow. And you can see the shape of this. So if we zoom out, kind of roll this through. So this is the gust front right in here, where you suddenly get heavy rain, strong winds, and then we get another bit of a boundary. So we might even see a bit of a stationary boundary, or even a warm front kind of being nudged back into this line of heavy rainfall. And this is where we might see a tornado back in here somewhere, is where we have a mesovortex that is in progress. And to be specific, it's probably even up over here, a little north, where we have this little V. And we just got a new tornado warning because of that. So Jennings, Easterwood, Crowley, Lota, in Louisiana, you need to take shelter again. This is a tornado warning. Wow, this is moving much faster now. It's 65 miles an hour. So this has gained some momentum with its forward speed. Oh yeah, look how fast this is moving. Definitely racing along as we speak. And so now we're going to get more, I have to now recalculate this whole thing. So we're going to go back over here, and now we have to go much further out. So if this holds together, this is moving at about 65 miles an hour. So it's going to be in Lafayette, certainly within the hour. If you're in, so there's some towns that are not listed here. There are listed, but they're not actually on the map here. But Crowley, it's going to be in your area here within about 10 minutes. Yeah, and it's hard to believe it's pretty far away, but it's also moving much faster. So you don't have a whole lot of leeway time to get into your storm shelter. Cover your head, because we could see some flying debris. Population within this is 435,000 people. So this is a very populated area, considerably dense populated. And Ethan is now online. What's up, Ethan? In the YouTube chat, at least. We're dealing with a pretty significant situation, Ethan. Now, a lot of you probably clicked on this live stream and like, oh, David's clickbaiting again. Back to the whole clickbait. We did, or we might have had a strong tornado earlier in Lake Charles. Yeah, we did get wind damage reports in that area. I'm surprised it's just wind damage because, oh boy. Doppler radar did take note that there was a bit of a debris ball earlier on this storm. And so, yeah, I know it says strong tornado on the ground. I will actually take that off, because it's no longer on the ground. Strong tornado possible. Or I would say I'll put just tornado possible, so it's at least like I'm not freaking you guys out more than I should be. In Louisiana, I'll just say in Louisiana, or I'll just say in Lafayette, because it's going to be in Lafayette here really soon. So Lafayette. So Lafayette. Because we are seeing a tornado warning approach that area right now. So it will make sense in the next hour or so. So what we're seeing here, outbound velocities, boy, they are crazy right now. We are seeing outbound velocities anywhere between 80 to perhaps 90 miles an hour, folks. So again, we could see within this now, of course, velocity on radar is, not the 4K resolution, right? We can't see microscopic areas. We could see brief little vortices, brief little spin-ups along this boundary where we see that rapid wind shift. So you can think of it like this. Your winds are coming in like, oh my, why does the pin always start off small when I draw? I don't get it. It's hilarious. Okay, so winds are doing this out ahead of the line, okay, and then your winds just rapidly, they shift rapidly out of the west. And this is what you call positive vorticity advection. So this is where we might see little spin-ups along this line, especially when you get a wall of strong winds behind this at 70 to 80 miles an hour, moving into an area where there's not much wind at all. You can almost think in fluid dynamics, when you have much stronger winds hitting lighter winds, you could actually get strong vorticity advection and vorticity stretching. And that's why you could actually get these spin-ups along this line. And we still might have one of those down here to the south, the southwest of Gaydon, southwest of, say, Riceville, Florence Landing. It's to your northwest, where we might have a little bit of a couplet there, a little bit of a spin-up of straight line wind damage perhaps there. This is where a lot of the action is really taking place. And if you've been following the last 50 minutes of this stream, we go back, this really has unfolded pretty intensely and quickly with all the increase in lightning strikes, which means this has intensified. And you could even see some pieces of wind that are even stronger, perhaps close to 100 earlier. What's up, Ethan? How are you doing? Ethan is online. So actually, let's talk to our severe weather expert here with 275 of you all that are watching. What's up, Ethan? How is everything? Oh, thought you answered. So if you're in Midland, Louisiana, if you're in Crowley, Louisiana, definitely some wind damage. that is going on right now. Possibly 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts that are going on at the moment. And Ethan, how's everything? His mic might be muted or something's wrong with it. So we will tune back into him really soon. Okay, we got a new velocity update, still holding steady at 93 miles an hour. Pretty solid swath here. Boy, moving into Midland. Again, very populated Lafayette in Louisiana. And that's moving in. Hey, Ethan, you there? Okay. Hey, Ethan, how are you? Yeah, I could hear you. Yeah, definitely some damaging winds, Ethan, that we're dealing with right now. I mean, this straight line wind damage, we're seeing tornado warning after tornado warning get issued. And we might have had a tornado on the ground earlier near West Lake in Louisiana. There was a debris ball, a TDS, on Doppler radar earlier on that. Yeah. And earlier, Ethan, this was pretty close to the radar site, but there were velocities exceeding 115 miles an hour in Sulphur earlier, Hollywood, crossing over I-10 earlier, Maplewood. While there are storm reports of significant damage to a Walmart, by the way, a Walmart was severely damaged and destroyed due to that possible tornado. That storm report does state my fact that there was a potential tornado on the ground with that. And we had a few overturned semi trucks as well when this went through. So that does state the fact that we certainly have had tornado like damage in that narrow corridor, which matches with the velocities that we had on that. In fact, if we go back a little bit further, man, this storm is on the move right now. We did have a TDS, and you guys are probably wondering, what is TDS? Well, that's a tornado debris signature. If you watch closely, right here near Brimstone, right where that storm report came in, which is Walmart, there it is. So Walmart is there near, right in downtown Hollywood. There is your TDS right there. So that TDS blew up once it went right over. Yeah, here's Walmart right here, the Walmart parking lot. It went right over that building, Ethan. It just went right over the Walmart building and did a lot of damage. And once it did that, that debris signature really exploded pretty quickly. Yeah. All right. We're looking at a live camera out of Lafayette in Louisiana. This is right in the apex with this line of storms that are moving into that area. So St. Martinsville, Lafayette, we could be witnessing some intense wind damage on the camera here pretty soon within the next 30 minutes or so. I mean, look at these velocities, Ethan, still. South of Midland, we're getting velocities over 95 miles an hour still. All right, I think we just got a tornado. Was that maybe that's a correction report? Oh no, that is a tornado report. Ethan just came out not long ago. South of Westlake, if I can click on the report, we had wind damage possibly associated with tornado. Public reports damage to stairs. Damage to stairs detached away from home. So you know how, sturdy stairs are attached to a home. Debris scattered across yard, neighborhood fence completely knocked and dragged. So that came out of, and that's where that debris signature was. So that makes perfect sense right in that area. Okay, so we are getting a new scan. Oh wow, this line, Ethan, is moving very quickly now. Moving at 70 miles an hour, Ethan. It Yeah, this is really moving fast now, folks. This is not a good situation. Moving at 75 miles an hour. Now we're at the speed of highway speeds in Louisiana. So this is going to be moving into the camera. Lafayette, probably within south of Lafayette, it looks like, is yeah, this is definitely moving. This whole bow echo is moving a little more southeasterly now, suddenly. Just a bit east-southeasterly direction. But it is going to be moving into Abbeville, Kaplan, in about 15 to 30 minutes. I know that sounds scary, right? Because you guys are still far away, but it is moving really, really fast. And these velocities really clearly state that. I mean, we're getting velocities, Ethan, at 90 miles an hour still. And storm relative velocity, let's go to that right now. Storm relative velocities are about 50 miles an hour. Yeah, it's going to be soon. It's going to hit that camera. We do have a camera right in line of this. This is Cahoon Broadband, Broussard, Louisiana. We do have a live camera there, and that looks to be I-10. No, wait. No, that's I-49. So we're looking at I-49. And trucks are not even aware of what's about to hit them. Sooner rather than later. It's about to get really bad. Really bad. Oh, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, man, Ethan. This has now been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. St. Martinville. If you're in Abbeville, Lafayette now. This is going right towards the camera. We're gonna be witnessing something very significant. You there, Ethan? And his computer crashed. So if you're southwest of Crowley right now, this is a very destructive warning right now. We are talking about destructive winds, tornado-like wind damage, folks. This has now been upgraded. Like I said, this is really intense. Moving east at 50 now. Well, it went from 75 to now, I believe that's what the last warning said, right? So it missed it. Oh, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Then there was one warning back in here that was moving a lot faster. Maybe it did slow down a lot. But either way, it doesn't really matter how fast it's moving right now because it's producing 80-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. That when you have quarter-size hail on top of damaging winds, you're going to have a lot of shattered windows. All right, sweet, Ethan. Again, for 300 people that are watching this live stream, again, this is a very serious situation that's unfolding right now. This is actually on 90. Wait, there's 49. 49 mysteriously actually turns into 90. So this is State Route 90, not not 49. Hey, Ethan, yes. I don't know if you heard that earlier, but we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds. Golly word. And this made a little bit of a left turn towards Lafayette now with the maximum wind. So this is going to come very close to Lafayette, Louisiana. And it is paralleling I-10 right now. Kaplan, boy, it's going to be bad there. If you're in Abbeville, thought it said Abbeville, but Abbeville, please take shelter. Youngsville, please take shelter too. This is coming in pretty quickly. It's going to be one of those things that it doesn't look like it's going to rain at all, and then you see the shelf cloud coming in, and I'm like, oh, I better get in. Just kidding. I thought it was a nice sunny day. No, it's not no longer sunny. Now you're going to be seeing a line of intense rain and wind coming towards your area. And again, we do have a camera right in the crosshairs of this storm. So Abbeville. Oh, I did have it correctly. Okay. Oh no, Megan corrected me. It is Abbeville. Okay. And no, wait. Yeah, I guess instead of putting a Y, they put an E, so Abbeville makes sense. I guess there's more than one way to spell Abby, I guess. Weather on the go. Good evening. Oh, we got in a VIP in the chat, Ethan, by the way. Weather on the go. What's up, Weather on the Go? Good evening. This is coming close to becoming a derecho, but not sure if it will qualify. Either way, still a life-threatening storm. Everyone needs to take shelter right now ahead of this storm. That's what we're doing. 375 people that are watching this stream right now. We're going to do all we can on the stream to make sure you all are safe, because now this could become a derecho, and we have a TBS signature on this. So this is a very, very nutty storm. Not a good storm to deal with right now. This is bad. Also, it could be very intense because of the equal, it's kind of a word that I kind of made up. I don't know if it really means anything, but a quantitative relative storm motion to winds, which means, so let's just say your storm motion is 50 miles an hour, and winds on the southern side of that are about 70 miles an hour. You got to add 50 miles an hour stronger to that because of the storm relative motion, Ethan. So if we get even a little tornado, while its vorticity relative to the storm motion might not be very strong, but because of the storm relative motion, these tornadoes could be exceptionally dangerous. I mean, we could see a lot of damage, and we saw it already in Walmart, okay, earlier, south of Sulphur, and actually not south of Sulphur, but south east of Westlake to a Walmart. That was damaged significantly. Okay, a Walmart, a grocery store, a retail store destroyed by that. So that goes to show you. And Ethan, this just, it looks like this is pulling in more inflow right now. We can see some greens out ahead of the line. Yeah, and this is the warning. I have it on the screen right now. This is, look at it. This has everything on it, Ethan. Tornado possible tag, hail up to quarter size, winds up to 80 miles now, perhaps even 90. Damage threat, destructive. So there is damage threat is, considerable. No, wait, no. It's damage threat, whatever. It's like weak or moderate, then it goes to considerable. This is a destructive tag on the damage threat. So this is very significant. This is nothing to mess with. A maximum wind gust potentially up to 80 to maybe even 90 miles an hour on this. So this is, wow. I cannot even imagine what 90 miles an hour will feel like, because that is significant. To be specific, we actually got velocities up to 92 miles an hour in Ebenezer in Louisiana as we speak. So yep. And we just got another storm report out of Jennings earlier. Report from Imping. 1-inch tree limbs broken. Shingles have blown off and torn off in Jennings. So that is... Oh, it isn't. Uh-oh. Let me fix it. Maybe it's on my end. Oh, boy. Okay, no one could hear you the whole time. Now you can talk. Oops. Sorry about that. Now you can talk.
Okay, got it?
Yes, now it works.
Right.
Thought I had the desktop audio unmuted this whole time. All right, so now you could explain to the viewers what we're seeing, actually, because we have 370 people watching.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you everyone for being here. We're covering this live as a line of potentially destructive severe thunderstorms is moving through southern central Louisiana currently. Recently, we've seen a severe thunderstorm warning that does include the city of Lafayette in central Louisiana. And we're talking about winds that could be 80 miles per hour, possibly a little bit higher even. We just a little bit ago saw a spin-up tornado within this near the Lake Charles area. And now we've got a destructive line of very damaging winds moving into central Louisiana, potentially a spin-up tornado threat as well. And we are continuing to monitor that. Iberia, Lafayette, Acadia, Vermilion, St. Martin, and St. Landry parishes, these are under this newest and destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah. All right. So, Doom Blocks is asking what type of velocity is this? So this is super res velocity, high res velocity. Then there's actually a new feature that they added. This is storm relative velocity. I don't really use that very often unless it's like a supercell, like a tornado or something. But even storm relative velocities are over 60 miles an hour on this, so it's moving pretty quickly. But what I like to use is high-res velocity. And Ethan, explain to the viewers what this product actually is on the super res velocity. Why do we use it? What do the colors mean? I explained to them already, but I want to hear your thoughts. Like, why is this a golden retriever kingstone to figuring out where tornadoes are, strong lines of storms, the ones that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, right. Velocity images are very important. That's actually where the term Doppler comes from in Doppler radar because it uses the Doppler effect to show where the wind is, basically how strong it is. And there's two different kinds of it. There's storm relative, which just shows relative to the storm motion how strong the wind is. That is a tool which is oftentimes more useful in identifying tornadic rotation. And then there's the base velocity, which is just basically, how the wind is on a base state. And that's oftentimes applicable for straight line wind threats because it's not subtracting storm motion from it. It just shows how strong the wind is overall. And you get this because you change the frequency at which the electromagnetic beam or electromagnetic waves are returned to the radar once they bounce off of an object, depending on if it's moving toward or away from the radar. It gives you these different colors because one of these is going to be moving toward the radar and one of them is going to be moving away. In this case, in the case of Doppler radar that we see for weather, the green is moving toward the radar and the red is moving away. Now, the brighter the color, that usually means the faster the wind speed. And in the case of base velocity, the faster the straight line winds. In the case of storm relative velocity, the faster the rotational winds oftentimes within a mesocyclone. And that's very good to tell where a tornado could be because a tornado obviously develops underneath that rotating updraft.
Good job, Ethan. You did really good on that. Everyone needs to give Ethan B a round of
Thank you.
applause because he did really well. Yeah, but wow, look the wind
Thank you.
look the wind shift with this, Ethan, on the storm relative velocity. We got greens right out ahead of the line and then straight to like red and yellow pixels. I mean, it's just like a sharp wind shift.
Yeah, it's going to be when it comes in. Um, it's going to be pretty calm probably. Initially, it hit very hard and very fast.
And that's what we're waiting for on the live camera. Actually, it's getting dark in the distance. That might be the beginnings of no, I don't want to say doomsday, but like that derecho-ish, potentially, not an official derecho, but wow, these winds are very strong. We just got a new velocity update, Ethan. Again, near Youngsville, Lafayette, Louisiana, we got velocities. This is peaking at 94, 96 miles an hour, Ethan.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is.
Very strong winds are.
And the camera there is located about 1,000 feet above the ground, so we are going to really be able to see just how intense this could actually get. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Silver
some
Games.
really strong winds.
I wanted to give a big compliment on that from Silver Games. I was watching MV. You know what MV stands for, some of you. Weather Channel, no offense. But this channel explains so much better, and it's more comforting and more relaxed. So I want to thank you for that, Silver Games. And, of course, Ethan makes it more possible here as our severe hurricane winter expert, right? I think Ethan B here is the trio of all three when it comes. He's been with me for like 6 years already, and we're going to go on a whole year again. So we're going to end up being 7 years tracking weather, which is awesome. One of my first viewers on my YouTube channel back in 2017, and one of my first subscribers. And if he's been with me this long, you know what's up. So
Yeah.
So yeah, this line, folks, very intense. I repeat, we're seeing a lot of wind damage coming in behind this. Jittings, we had roofs blown off, tree branches down, and then we had another one out of Jefferson Davis County. Report again, that just came in not long ago, Ethan. More shingles, roofs blown off. So we are seeing some formidable wind damage. People's roofs actually getting torn off because of how strong this storm actually is. And it's about to hit our little ducky goose camera right over here. That little icon is our camera. And it actually gives us live weather data. So look at the winds, Ethan. Out of the south at only 8 to 10 miles an hour, and gives us live air pressure data as well. Live data that updates every 1 second.
That pressure data is going to be really interesting to see once this goes over.
So yeah, gives us live radar accumulation. So you can see here, folks, the live data. So our winds are very light. It gives us our 5-minute average wind, Ethan, of 11 miles an hour. Our 10-second average wind of 11.3 miles an hour.
Right.
This is really cool. I'm excited to see with what we find. You could even document this too on the stream, Ethan, on your end. You know, and you can write this all down into a journal and be like, oh, wow, temperatures did this, dew points did this. Which, by the way, Ethan, the dew points out ahead of this line are in the low 80s.
Gosh, wow. It's a very, very moist environment, and that really contributes to instability. That instability appears to be a big factor in these storms today.
Yeah. Air pressure is not falling yet. We could get this to fall very quickly once those winds pick up. But we're going to see if the temperature here actually falls once it hits that. Wow, what a perfect capture. Almost like geocaching, almost like Munzie. Have you guys heard of that? Like Munzie or geocaching? It's kind of like that. We're going to capture some weather data. All awesome courtesy to Cahoon Broadband in Louisiana. Oh, I can't wait to see what we get. Be exciting. Also, it's hazy there, Ethan. It like almost like a light fog, drizzly, dreary, just kind of a yucky day.
Yeah, that's probably how this is going to go, is that when this comes in, the sky's just going to get really dark very quickly, and then the shelf cloud will come out of that. And when you see the shelf cloud, there's probably not very much time left before the straight line winds really hit, so at that point, definitely need to be inside, away from windows, on the lowest floor of a building, a sturdy building.
Yeah. The girl was always someone says any information on zip code 77630. Sounds awful outside. Any information if you could help me with that, Ethan, because I'm tracking this for everyone. Youngsville, Lafayette, right now, about to get swallowed by the storm.
Yeah, let me see.
We're getting live updates, folks, every couple of minutes on Doppler. So we are just watching this coming. Tornado warning on that camera, Ethan. Tornado warning. We might be witnessing a tornado on camera, potentially. Radar indicated tornado right now. Moving east at 65 miles an hour. So we are dealing with 80 to 90 mile an hour winds with a tornado warning on top of it. So it's virtually, and there's a kink on this, Ethan, northwest of Abbeville in Louisiana. So there's a couple of kinks within this line. So that's not good. Not good at all.
Yeah, absolutely. That does increase the danger aspect of this.
Ooh, it's going to be hitting that camera really soon. And once it does, we'll give you some weather data. It's also concerning to see winds actually just shifted more out of the southeast. So winds have actually shifted a little bit more into the storm. More of a southeasterly wind right now. It's at about 11 miles an hour. Air is fully saturated, by the way, from the surface, Ethan. Our outside temperature is about 79 degrees, and our dew point is about 79 degrees. I mean, it's full saturation. There is nothing but just humidity. It's disgusting. And the pressure is beginning to drop a little bit right now. Again, updates
Yeah,
every
this is coming
1 second.
this is coming in really quick. This warning is moving east at 65 miles per hour. And that is a
Ooh,
new tornado
boy.
warning, of course, for Lafayette, East Central Acadia, and Northwestern St. Martin parishes. This is in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And Lafayette, Parks, St. Martinville, going to be impacted by this very quickly. Again, moving 65 miles per hour. So if you're in or around this warned area, you definitely need to be in shelter. Uh, Preferably right now, because this is coming in very quickly and doesn't give a whole lot of time to prepare.
Imagining that, folks. Picture yourself driving on the freeway at 65 miles an hour. Take note on kind of how fast that is and put a storm motion on that. Yeah. You would have to literally go at 85 miles an hour to safely outride this storm, which means we have a problem about that, Ethan. And you know what the problem is?
What?
Not every road goes east to west. So if you want to try to outride this storm, you might as well stay on I-10. Or else, even if you go south on Highway 90, you're not going to outride this. Because it's coming on from the right side, right angle of attack, and it's going to get to you before you're able to outride it. So just goes to show you how fast this is moving. Technically, this severe thunderstorm warning is moving at like 65 miles an hour freeway speed. Which, by the way, Ethan, we are still getting velocities on this at about 75 to 90 miles an hour. We are still getting some intense velocities.
Absolutely, and it is coming into Lafayette very quickly. And even if you don't get a tornado, you're going to get some very strong straight line winds that are capable of causing some pretty significant damage. And what David has been describing recently is pretty representative of that. You can get roof damage, you can get window damage, tree damage, so you don't want to be anywhere near a window, especially large windows, because those can quite easily break, especially if impacted by tree limbs or other flying debris. You definitely want to be inside, away from those windows. Treat it as though it was a tornado warning, even if you're in the severe warned area, because that's going to be the best method to keep you safe ahead of this.
Great job explaining that. So now we have a live camera right up here. It gives us, so we have the warning up in real time. We have the live camera up in real time. And this is out of Cahoon in Louisiana. The camera is Cahoon, and temperature right now about 79 degrees, full saturation. A bad recipe of this line of storms. A lot of instability to work with. Sustained winds are holding steady at about 6 to 7 miles an hour. Wind gusts in the last 5 minutes have been about 11 miles an hour, and the pressure has not dropped just yet. Actually, it might have dropped. Ooh, lightning strike, Ethan.
Oh boy.
Yep. We see lightning, we see storms. And that's what we're seeing right now. So, winds are getting a little gustier. Pressure has not dropped very much. Wait. Pressure's actually going up a little bit. Strangely enough, it's actually going up. So
What will probably happen is once this passes over, you'll see the pressure increase pretty rapidly once the shelf passes over, because at that point, the high pressure cell storm will be over the camera, and we'll get that kind of meso-high influence, which increases the pressure.
yeah, makes sense. Because that's what air likes to do, right? Likes to flow towards low pressure. What that low pressure is? Shelf cloud. Okay. Ooh, boy, this is getting close, Ethan. We are getting 90-mile-an-hour winds just west of the camera. Just west of the camera. This is coming in very quick. Here comes a shelf cloud. Here comes a shelf. Let's actually, can we full screen this? Can we full screen it? There it is. Shelf cloud.
Oh man. Oh yeah, there it is.
Let's actually see if we could. Yeah, there we go. I wish I could make this a little bit big, but I can't. So, top left side is your camera, current temperature, live wind data. Oh, got a 13-mile-an-hour wind gust, Ethan, just now. 13-mile-an-hour wind gust on the on the weather station camera.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
And wanted to say
16.
too, thank you.
18. We got an 18-mile-an-hour
sorry.
wind gust. 18-mile-an-hour wind gust.
Oh man, it's picking up. Did want to briefly say thank you for everyone who is in here right now, and if you have not, please subscribe to the channel. We're trying to bring the latest live, helpful, and rational coverage of these storms as they're coming in very quickly through central Louisiana.
Pressure really going up quickly. Pressure really jumping. Oh, is that a new warning? Same warning. Okay. Oh, Ethan, we might have twin tornadoes on this. One south of Mountain, something like that. Oh, we just got a new. Oh, it's gonna hit the camera. Here it comes. It's gonna hit the camera really soon. Really soon. Camera is in Billad. Got Brossard there. It's gonna hit very soon. Starting to rain. Watch the winds. Watch the winds. About to crank up. Let's actually go to our full screen. Can I see? I think I could open up 2 radar applications. Darn it, I can't. Wow, Ethan, look how quick that's coming in. Very quick. It's hitting the camera. Very quick.
Yeah, you can just see this is a live view of this dangerous line of storms.
Look at how fast it's. Look at, you can see the wall of rain. The wall of rain. You can see it. Trees disappearing. Trees are disappearing. Okay, we're up to 25. Ethan, we're up to 25 mile an hour. 30. We just had a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust just now. 30.
Yeah, these winds are picking up really quickly.
Whoa, look at it. It is just slapping the camera. Whoa, look at it. Visibility really dropping. We're about to lose the freeway soon. Oh, yeah, look at how quick this has dropped. Oh my gosh. Okay,
Yeah,
we
it
just
hit very fast.
we hit a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust. We just had a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust on the weather station.
Oh wow.
Temperature really falling very quickly. 76 degrees. Pressure really dropping quick. Dropping very quick. 43. We had a 43. We're at 43 miles an hour. Oh, look at it, Ethan. Where's the freeway? You can't see the freeway.
Yeah, that represents another really important point here. Please do not be out on the road in this. You're going to lose visibility and navigability very, very quickly, especially with the heavy rain and the high wind.
Okay, we only had a 47 confirmed potential maximum wind gusts of 50 on the station so far. Temperature really dropped. Within the last minute, Ethan, temperature went from 78 degrees, 79 to now 73 degrees. It has fallen like a rock.
Oh, absolutely. That's that cold air on the backside of the squall line really coming in.
So let's go and look at Doppler radar really quick. Because, yeah, we have to continue tracking this, but it has hit the camera. It is not good at all. Visibility down to practically zero. And we have velocities moving over the camera right now at 90 miles an hour. 90 miles an hour. But our station only was able... Oop. Oh, was that another... Oh, 52 mile an hour wind gust, Ethan.
Oh my. Getting close to severe limits now.
Huge spike. Huge wind spike. Pressure still coming up. Wow, it was 1,005 millibars. Temperature really dropping, though. Really dropping. So we're going to keep an eye on that. So, yeah, if you're downstream of this, it is not looking good at all. St. Martinville, Parks, Henderson, and Louisiana. If you're in Lydia, if you're in New Iberia, please take shelter. Once again, we have damaging winds on this line of storms, and we are waiting. Or let's look at our other radar site. We're still rather close to the Lake Charles one. Moving right over that station. Just got another 49 mile an hour wind gust. So really, really strong. Really intense. Wow. So, we're going to continue to tracking this for a while because this is still a serious threat. And we're going to get a new scan. We just got a new scan. Yeah, it's solidly over... Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say we got a request from Andrew Lee here. What does the reflectivity look like?
Oh, good question. What does it look like? It is solid red. Some pixels in there that are about 60 decibels. 60 decibel reflectivity right now. And this is what we're dealing with. This line of storms really moving through at a fast pace. But it's where that heaviest rain is where we are seeing the strongest winds and some hail. And get this, Ethan, temperature on that station dropped 11 degrees in literally, oh my goodness, in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, it happened very quickly.
And look at how heavy the rain is coming down. I mean, you can't see virtually anything on that camera. So that's what 60 decibels looks like on the camera with lightning. It went from nothing to storm in a hurry. Yeah, it feels really nice out, Chase is saying. Yeah, well, now that you're on the backside of the storm, you're getting offshore flow. It helps a little bit. It helps a lot more. Okay, we're gonna be getting a new reflectivity velocity scan here. The submarine sound, some of you were saying, which means, you know what? I provide updates every 1 minute. Not to get my ego in the way, but that's true. I mean, Ethan even agrees. Latest radar updates means what? Live updates. It makes sense.
Yeah, the sound is a little bit annoying, but it does give us some of the latest radar imagery, and that's going to provide the best live coverage of this line of storms.
Exactly. So if you're in Baton Rouge, next populated town is going to be slapped by this storm. looks very strong still, lots of wind behind it. We saw the temperature gradient. Temperature's still falling, 68 degrees right now. So instead of it being hot and humid, it's more enjoyable outside than it was. But I did want to tell you all. So now you all are probably wondering what I'm using. And what I'm using is Radar Omega. Okay, it is not free. This is not a free program. Even my good old friend over here, Ethan, doesn't have it because there's a cost to it, right, Ethan? You don't have Radar Omega.
No, I use GR3 and some other radar programs.
Yeah, because this is a subscription. So, let alone, I got the alpha version, so I got everything you can think of what Radar Omega has to bring out its true light to. But once this is done scanning, I'll explain. What's up, Pan? How are you? So once this is done scanning, I will explain. Boy, Ethan, there was there's a wind gust offshore of off the Texas coast from the northwest at 60 miles an hour.
Yeah. Um, any storms coming Baton Rouge? Yes, Baton Rouge is in the path of this line of storms. Silver Games. It is going to be there probably within an hour or so, at least approaching the western parts of it.
Yeah. All right, so back to with what I was saying. So we actually go over to this. I want to bleep out my email because I don't want people to see my email. Oh my goodness. So this is basically, so I have the alpha version and the add-on. So Radar's Rapid Sweep is an add-on partition to Radar Omega. So you don't get this when you get the alpha version. You have to pay additional extra to get Radar or Rapid Sweep, which instead of your radar updating like every 3 to 5, even it's like 4 to 6 minutes, something like that, Ethan, I think. Rapid Sweep gives you radar updates up to every minute, every 1 to 2 minutes, which is very important when we do track hurricanes on this live stream or on this YouTube channel. So if you guys are subscribing and you're watching from Louisiana, which I'm sure 90% of you are, we will be doing live hurricane coverage on this live stream. And believe me, we have live radar rapid sweeps provided on the stream. Also, on the stream, I should say, because in the future. And we do have a live camera that we just showed you that will be providing some information as well. So, I don't know if any other YouTuber even is aware of this feature that Radar Omega has with the rapid sweep, which is the submarine sound. I call it the submarine sweep because it sounds like a submarine. But this right here updates like every 1 to 2 minutes. If you want to be specific, you could even set your stopwatch and time it from the last sweep, which I will actually do right now. And I would bet you it will update in like another minute. So once this is done, I will start the timer. And I can tell you, it updates very, very frequently. So this line is going into Baton Rouge right now. And look at all the lightning strikes on this, Ethan. Tons and tons of lightning strikes. Which means this storm is powerful.
Yes, it is, and it is using that instability quite efficiently.
Yup. Speaking of instability, some of you are probably wondering how much energy are we seeing in the atmosphere. So let me actually go over to the College of Do page. Actually, let's go to the Storm Prediction Center.
Whoa. Here's a new storm report I actually need to mention here. We had a measured wind gust 2 miles east-southeast of Lafayette, Louisiana, from an ASOS station. Measured wind gust of 79 miles per hour, and this occurred about 10 minutes ago.
Whoa. Wow. You know what? I wonder if it's from that station. But I didn't get it on stream. Interesting. Wow. That is significant. So, which, by the way, Ethan, out ahead of this line, there's a narrow corridor of extreme instability of surface-based CAPE up to about 4,000 joules per kilogram.
Oh man.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
extreme.
that's the instability there.
And explain to our viewers, because I know Silver Games absolutely loves the channel already, because we do good at explaining things. So, Ethan, explain what instability is, because we have like almost 500 people watching, and I'm sure those 500 people are probably wondering, what is instability?
Yeah, instability is a term we use in understanding thunderstorm dynamics when if you take an air parcel, which is just a random volume of air near the surface, for example, and you displace it from its current position. If you lift it up, does it continue to rise? Does it stop? Does it sink back down to the surface? If it does sink back down, it is a stable parcel and it is not going to rise and contribute to storms. However, in this case where we see all this cape right here on the map, this is an unstable environment where any lifted parcel will probably continue to rise for quite a distance and allow for these deep thunderstorm updrafts to develop. As you get a warmer and more humid surface environment, you tend to get higher values of convective available potential energy. And at the values we're looking at right now, these can be associated with some very strong thunderstorm updrafts and prevalent thunderstorm development.
And the higher the number, Ethan, that means more instability, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Once you get above values of about 3,000 joules per kilogram, that is considered a very unstable environment, and it is conducive to some rapid and significant thunderstorm updraft development if other conditions are favorable.
And rarely on the map, Ethan, earlier, it was like in southwestern Louisiana, because that's when we had that wind damage and the tornado. I was getting surface-based instability. 5,500 joules per kilogram. Oh, new tornado warning. You there, Ethan? Oh, gosh, Ethan. Oh, Ethan. I don't know if you're there. Can you hear me? Oh, gosh, this is very strong rotation. Very strong rotation. We might have another tornado on the ground or about to have one. Let's actually go over to velocity on radar scope because it's clipping on radar omega. Oh, golly word, yeah. I don't know if you could hear me, Ethan. We might have a strong tornado. Whoa, very strong tornado. According to the Baton Rouge, Louisiana radar site, strong tornado maybe. Storm relative velocity. That really popped up quick. That is interesting because it was not there on the other radar site. Let me see. Golly word, that really intensified. That really got going quick. So if you are on I-10, you might want to figure out a way to get off I-10 and literally get into your safe shelter immediately. This is a strong tornado.
Yeah, that is a tornado warning for northwestern St. Martin Parish, effective until 6:45 p.m. Central Time, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Very fast moving tornado warning there. and it's going to be impacting the National Wildlife Refuge at around 6:35 p.m., but also is going to include Interstate 10 between mile markers 116 and 126.
And Ethan, look at the velocities on this. I'm looking at velocities, Ethan, and I'm not kidding when I say this. Okay, this is based on radar scope. We have a negative 142 touching 37. Negative 142, which is off the charts, touching 37.
Yeah, that's a very strong couplet area of rotation here developing, which can be something we see in these really strong wind lines, and that could definitely be a tornado on the ground capable of considerable damage.
We have to really watch radar to see if we get a debris signature on that. Oh, yeah. Ethan, this has gotten a lot stronger. It's right over I-10. It's right over I-10.
Oh, man.
So if you're in Gross Tet, if you're in Rosedale, you need to take shelter. This could be a strong tornado developing. We're waiting for another velocity update on radar. Oh my gosh. Ethan, it's even messing up on radar scope. It's really acting finicky.
Yeah, Justin G is in here now, and he does say that is a concerning signature right there.
Hey, Justin, you want to join the call with us? If you're on I-10 right now, if you're in Desk Glassy, please take shelter right now. We cannot confirm anything that is on the ground, but that is intense rotation in the low levels. That is for sure. No debris on the ground being picked up on radar on correlation coefficient. That's actually rain wrapped too, Ethan. Very well could be rain wrapped. That's very dangerous.
Yeah, that definitely is, and that is a really strong signature. Again, we're tracking, looks to be just east of Cecilia, and it's going to be moving east here pretty quickly. Baton Rouge is not in this warning yet, but Baton Rouge needs to be watching this very closely. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that area that is in effect until 7:15 p.m., and whether or not any tornado warnings get issued is going to have to be something that we see as the line approaches, because again, these develop very quickly. We saw how quickly this one developed.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to update the title again. Tornado possible in Baton Rouge because again it's getting close to our next major city, so I'm gonna have to update the title. This is like the third time I've updated the title because it's moving really a long tracked line capable of producing a tornado. Okay, we're getting a new scan. Here it comes. Oh my gosh, those velocities, Ethan. Okay, it's not over.
Yeah, that is quite strong.
It's not over I-10 anymore. It's just to the south, but that is some intense rotation. Very intense rotation. It's not clipping the
Yes, it is
radar.
quite. Oh, yeah.
All right, we just got a new tornado warning right now for Rosedale. Tornado warning has now been issued. This is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. I'll keep the warning, the latest warning, which is the Rosedale one. It's on the right side of the screen. So some people in the chat were wondering what is velocity. We did explain that already, but we will be happy to explain it again. And actually, let's first talk about what's reflectivity, because someone else had a question about that. That came from Silver Games. So, Ethan, you do probably a bit better explaining things than I can in some sense. So what is reflectivity, and why is it important?
Right. Reflectivity is the returned energy to the radar, because you think of the Doppler radar, this spinning dish that sends out electromagnetic pulses, and as these waves hit these dense precipitation cores, varying amounts of that energy is reflected from that back to the radar. The radar then measures the returned energy to get an estimate of how heavy that rain is. That's why we see some very heavy values with hail. We see those reflectivity values go up a lot because hail is a very good reflector. In general, the heavier the rain is, the heavier or the stronger the return signal, and the higher the reflectivity, because there's more signal being returned back to the radar site. And depending on how the frequency changes as that return energy comes back to the radar, the Doppler component of it, again using the Doppler effect, can estimate the wind direction, the wind speed of these moving drops. So when we've got the green values, it's going toward the radar, red values away from the radar. And depending on how that frequency changes, a higher value indicates stronger wind. And on the velocity imagery that we see, there's two different modes we usually use. Either storm relative velocity, which is just the velocity in the storm minus the storm motion. That's very good for tornadoes. Um, or the base velocity, which is just the base wind speed estimated from the radar, and that's very good for tracking straight line wind.
And right now we're using SRV, storm relative velocity, and there is some very intense colors in here. Storm relative velocity on this, Ethan, is nearing 80 miles an hour. Oh, and it just
Yeah,
clipped. It just clipped, so I don't know how fast this is now. Oh gosh, it's freaking out, Ethan. It is freaking out.
yeah, that increase in storm relative velocity relative to the base velocity indicates that we have had a pretty substantial increase in the rotational velocity around this little spin up portion of the line.
We might have multiple, Ethan. We might have two others. One to the south. Do you see there's like another kink to the south? And then there's another one to the north near Livonia, Louisiana. We have another like a little bow that could augment some spin as well. So we have like three areas headed towards Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oh, and that just got tornado warned. So we have 3 tornado warnings on this, Ethan, right now.
Oh, okay, yes. This newest tornado warning, Central St. Martin Parish in south central Louisiana. This is in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving east at 60 miles per hour. And that is going to be moving through the central St. Martin Parish area. Looks like mainly rural areas, but certainly want to be on the alert for that if you are, again, in central St. Martin Parish. That is a new tornado warning in effect now.
So now let's kind of get an estimate of how. Actually, I could just look this up and do research. All of this activity is headed right towards Baton Rouge. This is not good. So Baton Rouge now, Baton Rouge is home to 221,453 residents. So, and we got 3 tornado warnings headed right for Baton Rouge. So this is definitely a bad situation. You don't want to mess with. If you're on I-10, please take shelter. Again, this is where we have the most concerning area of rotation. Which, by the way, Ethan, we have a solid area of 130, 140 mile an hour velocities on this. We might have, again, 3 areas. We might have another tornado warning issued here to the north very soon. Right towards, to the north of Livonia in Louisiana. But this Rosedale storm on I-10, that's the biggest one. That's the most dominant one. That has the strongest rotation. So if you're in I-10, if you are on Rosedale, If you're in slacks, please take shelter. We got a lot of residents. 221,000 people. You there, Ethan?
Yes.
Again, Ethan, we have 221,000 people that are impacted by this in Baton Rouge just alone. Possibly an estimated of 3 or 400,000 people because we have other towns surrounding this.
It's impacting a lot of population areas here pretty soon.
In fact, if we go straight and look at this, this is moving at how fast, Ethan? Like 60 something miles an hour?
The latest tornado warning is 60. Yeah, 60.
Okay.
Oh, and we
Oh,
got a new tornado warning.
okay. Yep, we got a new tornado warning downstream of the current one. That rotation really amplified very quickly. So I just wanted to let you know Plaquemine is also impacted by this. So Ethan, just within this box that I drew up, okay, including all the towns, including Baton Rouge, there is almost 1 million people that are going to be impacted by this. 1 million people, almost 1 million.
That
So
is really concerning.
that's a lot of people. Oh, new tornado warning. Livonia. So we are now up to 6 tornado warnings. 6 tornado warnings. Actually, 5 tornado warnings. My bad. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5 tornado warnings at the moment. So if you are in Baton Rouge right now, you need to be taking shelter. We could have some. You saw what happened earlier back here in Lake Charles. We had a Walmart that was partially destroyed. And this is really close to the radar, or it's going to get close. So we're going to be able to see a bit better once this gets closer. But I'm telling you, the velocities on this are very, very strong. Especially that middle one on I-10. That looks the more dominant one. So our latest tornado warning.
Oh, yes.
What is it?
No, I was just agreeing with you.
You look at the rotation on that one in Livonia. That really strengthened that TVS.
Yes, it did. That is a very, very concerning line there.
Golly word, look at the one to the south. Those velocities really came up. Now we're up to about 90. The one to the south of I-10 has velocities up to about 120, 130 miles an hour. And that's going straight for Baton Rouge, like downtown Baton Rouge.
Yeah, you might try to pull up a camera from there.
I'll have to see. We don't have any debris on this yet, folks. But actually, you know what? There might be debris. It's just not hitting the radar beam. It could be underneath the radar. Because as you do know, if we switch radars, man, there is 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings as well, Ethan, on this.
Yes, indeed. Also, the latest tornado warning, I think you mentioned already, but if you didn't, this is North Central West Baton Rouge Parish, Southwestern Point Copey Parish, and Northwestern East Baton Rouge Parish, effective until 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Moving east at 60 miles per hour. That is a latest tornado warning, one of 4 that we have in effect right now.
Okay, Justin said there might be an additional tornado warning coming out really soon. So we might be having 6 tornado warnings here, let alone for the city of Baton Rouge, let alone. So we might, it's going to get, you know what? I want to see if there's a camera in Baton Rouge. Live camera, folks. We're doing it again. If we can get a live camera out of that. Live camera. Let's see. Sky 9. I think Sky 9 has live cameras. see. False River, no. Oh, good. These are live cameras. Good, good, good. Ethan, do you know where... Okay. Let me look up False River. Where False River is. Just in case if there is a tornado. We could actually bring it up. False River, New Roads. Yep, New Roads. That's what we want. Ooh! Oh, it's right in the path of that. Okay, let's actually take a look. Here it is, folks. Live camera. Let me bring my Doppler radar. Let me put that to the side so I can keep you updated. Actually, that's going to be just south of the area of rotation. So let me actually, while you're actually watching this, let me see what other camera they have as well. Sorry, folks. Port Allen City Hall. Let me see what that has. While we have this up.
A stormy looking sky.
Okay, Port Allen might be a better spot to watch this from because it's more directly impacted. It's going to get hit directly. So this is Port Allen, folks. Look at the wind, by the way. The wind is insane there. Wow, Ethan, there are 3 distinct areas of strong rotation on this line. Golly word.
Yeah, they developed very fast and are quite well developed at this point.
So I'm going to keep radar up. Just use radar while we're waiting for that storm to get in there. But yeah, this is... Get some city lights in there and get some tree movement. So we have live... We have a live... camera, and we have live radar imagery. So this is Port Allen. Port Allen. That's right here. That's right in this area. There's your good old Port Allen. Right in the downtown Baton Rouge. And guess what, Ethan? Unfortunately, this is going to hit the camera directly. So we're going to get another look at what it's like. This is going to get serious. This is going to get bad because it's home to 221,000 people.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see ground footage of what this actually looks like, and it is definitely a threatening thunderstorm situation right now.
And if there's a tornado, we will be able to see it. Luck with have it from Sky 9. I want to give Sky 9 a huge shout out for providing these live images. Because, yeah, this is very significant. By the way, Ethan, we do have velocities on this at over 115 miles an hour still.
Yeah, that's a threat that shouldn't be looked over right now because it is some very strong wind within this line, straight line wind, and we do actually have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Ascension, Iberville, and Assumption parishes, where 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible. We've already seen wind gusts of up to almost 80 miles per hour just to the west of there.
Golly word. Yeah, that's not our first or last destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible on this with 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. Again, ranging because based on velocities, it could be stronger than 80 miles an hour, let alone. And yeah, velocities are well in excess of 100. Oh, and the camera went out. Great. That is no bueno. Okay, there we go. So this is going to be coming right into Port Allen very soon.
To that question, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Chase, to answer that question, I think we've seen velocities pick up here, um, on probably on a broader scale because it's moving away from the radar site, so we're looking a little bit higher in the atmosphere. But on a more concentrated scale, it's because we're starting to get circulations, and these dynamic circulations, they really increase the wind speeds within the storm. So that is another component to this.
Actually, winds are pretty strong, Ethan. I'm using a different radar site. I'm using the Baton Rouge, Louisiana one. I'm using KHDC, and those are some intense velocities. You got to take a look at that. So go to KHDC. Very defined rotation. This literally went out on me again.
Don't actually have that one.
Yeah, I'm sure you have to. You have to have it. And did it go out? We lost the camera.
That is inconvenient.
Why did it go out on us? That's just fun. Well, once it gets back, I will keep on clicking on it, and once it comes back, we will bring you the live footage. You know what? Let me open this up in a different browser. Sometimes there's a IP block protocol that does not allow me to... It just quits. Okay, I think we got it. I think we got it. Yep, we do. Thank you, Microsoft Edge. I do appreciate it. Say thank you, Microsoft Edge, Ethan. Say it.
Thank you, Microsoft Edge.
Yep. So we got the footage again, so that is good. I hate Google Chrome sometimes. It blocks, it like will randomly block some websites for no reason. It's funny, though. I do cover Mississippi. So, Ethan, explain to the viewers what they will get if they subscribe to the YouTube channel. Like, what do I cover as far as weather? Because you do really good at explaining things.
Thank you. Yeah, David has covered many different kinds of weather events, severe thunderstorms, tornado outbreaks, hurricanes, big winter storms as well, even. So joining the channel, you can get live updates on that. These live streams with highly detailed information, that kind of interaction that you don't really get with very many other sources, even other social media channels. You don't get that kind of interaction to directly answer and respond to your questions and concerns. And we are tracking various different kinds of events, severe weather right now, hurricane season coming up next. In the wintertime, it can be severe weather or winter storms. And that's just the live streaming side of things. You can also get these extended forecast videos talking about all kinds of upcoming events, including long-range forecasts, such as hurricane season, seasonal outlooks, and things like that. So you really do get the full package by subscribing to the channel and remembering to hit that bell notification, because sometimes, as you can see here, the severe weather situation pops up pretty quickly and you want to be notified when we go live.
And to make matters even more interesting, you don't know, I'm like today I did not schedule this stream. I got home and I'm like, I gotta see how severe weather's going. Turns out, Ethan, oh gosh, we have an enhanced risk. Let's see what that's all about. Oh my gosh, we actually might have a tornado on the ground really soon. So I'm like, oh, gotta go live. And here we are. Here we are 2 hours and 10 minutes later, still live streaming this event. Because Baton Rouge, you're next. And actually Port Allen is where this camera is located. So, yeah. Yep. Oh, we got an upgrade, Ethan, to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So this is a major metropolitan area, a kind of, I would say, a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning in some way, because it's a large populated area. We got 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 80 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and the damage threat is destructive, and a tornado possible on this. So essentially treat this like there is a tornado warning, and Ethan agrees with me on that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I absolutely do.
Exactly. So this is the Port Allen camera. So see where Port Allen is, folks? Right here, Port Allen. Really densely populated area. Just for a little town, really, really populated. And so the camera, I believe the camera is looking out towards Port Allen. I think it is. And so it's looking right at this line of storms. All right, Silver Games is asking, what is a PDS? Many other YouTubers don't talk about that very often. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. And it's used when there is a tornado that is large on the ground, but it is not impacting a very densely populated area necessarily. Now, sometimes you will get particularly dangerous situations in a densely populated area when they think that it's not a violent tornado or an intense tornado. But typically, when you get a tornado emergency, which is the highest level of a tornado warning, is when, okay, don't crash on me. Is when, so when you get a tornado emergency, essentially, that's when you have an intense or violent tornado on the ground in a very large populated, densely populated area. So in this case, we don't have that. And I don't know if I'm seeing things right, Ethan. Were all the tornado warnings expired?
Yes, actually. I think we've... It looks like they have. There's one listed for St. Martin, but that should go away in a couple seconds.
Yeah, it's not on my end. It's not on my end at all. Okay, we do not have any tornado warnings now. So we will be live on this, definitely, because this is moving right into a very populated area. And this is going to go just south of Baton Rouge with the wind max of 84 miles an hour. So rotation and intensity have weakened, but of course this is getting closer to the radar site, so that's to be expected. But definitely a destructive storm, still in progress. This is not to be messed with, folks. All right. And a lot of you are tuning in. You're watching from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is Hurricane Alley / Hurricane Country. And this season, I am going to be tracking hurricane season. I did it last year. If you want to know more information, you can go right ahead and watch my Hurricane Lee discussion, live footage. I went live on Adalia. Hopefully I got that right. And I went live on Ian. So you can find more information on my YouTube channel on that. And this season, boy, Ethan, I could sleep 12 hours a day because I've put so much prep into the hurricane season coming up for live streams and stuff. Whew. Yeah.
Oh, I can attest to that. David has put in an enormous amount of work and effort into this, especially on the hurricane season side of things, because if you've seen David's latest video about the hurricane season, you can see things are not necessarily looking good. In fact, it could be a very active season. And if you haven't seen that video, I do recommend when the stream is over, go take a look at that.
Yeah, I would really encourage you all to watch my latest hurricane seasonal forecast, because it goes in depth on why I think it's going to be a very busy season. So on the channel, really quickly, I don't like to promote myself. It is this video, Crazy Season 2024. That's the latest video. I would highly recommend checking that out after you watch this live stream on severe weather. I will have another Atlantic hurricane seasonal forecast. Seasonal, not an outlook. Those don't begin until late May. I will have that out. I'm thinking maybe this Thursday. I'll have to see. The date is up in the air because I'm waiting for NOAA to release their numbers of how many named storms, hurricanes, and major hurricanes are expected. Okay, Ethan, this is going to hit. It's hitting Port Allen right now. It's hitting Port Allen right now, the storm. You there? I think his mic is tooting. So, once again, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings now hitting Port Allen in Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, home to 221,000 people. You there,
Yeah,
Ethan?
it's back on, by the way.
Sweet. Wow, it really got dark. Look at that, Ethan, on the Port Allen camera. Look how dark it got.
Yeah, all that really dense precipitation coming in, it's blocking out a lot of the sunlight.
Hey, it's a solar eclipse, Ethan, in Port Allen.
Not quite.
Well, got really dark. So, yeah, we're going to watch this. This is continuing to be a breaking news story right now. Wow, that sky really, really dark. Just waiting for the rain to pour in, and you will know when it pours in because the buildings are going to disappear. Actually, this is looking north or southeast. Thought this was looking towards a storm. Maybe not. What's up, Andrew Lee? Welcome to the stream. I want to welcome everybody. Silver Games, Pimokanawi Week. Long username there. Keelan, welcome. Net, welcome. Candy Smith. We have another Candy in the chat here. Welcome. Chris Morrow. Of course, good old severe weather hurricane winter storm expert Ethan B. The cam will go off maybe. Did it go off? We got a problem, Ethan. Oh, wait, nope. Is it back on? The camera went to camera heaven. It went out. Power is probably out in Baton Rouge right now because the storm is really strong. So it's pouring in Plaquemine, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It is tearing through there. It is just tearing through there. So there's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning out for this, I bet, for downstream locations. In Denham Springs, if you're Amite City, Roseland, please take shelter. We do got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-an-hour winds. Once again, see that south of Baton Rouge? Looks a little concerning. Yeah, that area of rotation, yeah, I'm watching that. It doesn't look like it's going to do anything significant. Looks like the outflow is just out ahead of that area of rotation. It's near Sunshine, but there is a huge area of max winds on that at like 85 miles an hour. So we do not have any camera out for the Baton Rouge area because our camera in Port Allen went out. Blame the storm for that, because the storm is that intense. You there, Ethan? Hello? Based on reflectivity, it's trying to twist. It could very well, there is a little bit of an inflow on that. So that is worth watching. So in the highlands, you definitely need to take shelter. There should be another tornado warning on that. You there, Ethan? Hello? Boy, his mic is having problems. Baton Rouge, downstream of this, if you're in Wooddale East, if you're in Kitty Place, Sherwood Manor, if you're in Woodland View, if you're in Oak Shadows Place, if you're in Northeast Place, Friendship, Oldfield, Weas, please take shelter. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-an-hour winds. And in fact, if we take a look at our velocity, which we were just on, because that gives a better representation of our wind shift. Welcome back, Ethan.
Thank you.
I could hear you.
Okay. I had to reset the mic.
Again, wow. So it looks like this is going this way. So this is moving at about 65 miles an hour. So we have an additional 844,000 people that are going to be impacted by this very soon. Some within like a minute, others within like 30 minutes or so. North Maryland in Louisiana by about 7:10 p.m. Maryland, Louisiana by 7:11 p.m. 7-Eleven? Who wants to go get a Slurpee, right? Ellison, 7-Eleven. Howell by 7:13. Zion City by 7:13 p.m. Baker, 7:13. Brownfield, 7:14 p.m. Pleasant Hills, Louisiana by 7:14. Irene by 7:14. A lot of 7:14s here. White Hills, 7:15 p.m. And then, boy, we got a lot of names. I'm not going to read all of them. Then Sharkey by 7:54 p.m., which is at the end of this storm track. So, yeah, it's going to go from here to here within about 30 to 40 minutes. And they're going to need to issue an additional severe thunderstorm warning on this because this is still producing damaging 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. You there, Ethan?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Perfect. I could hear you.
Yeah.
Ethan, there's some rotation that's increasing a little bit south of Oak Hills Place, southeast of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that needs to be watched. There are velocities on that are increasing. We're up to 91 miles an hour.
Yeah, that really needs to be watched because we did see these areas of rotation really spin up quite quickly. And even if there's no tornado warning, a spin up can develop very quickly. So, severe thunderstorm warned areas, please be in shelter anyway, just to be sure in case something does happen.
Whoa, Ethan, look at that hook on that. That is actually pretty organized. That's a discrete supercell within that line. Embedded discrete cell. Not a discrete cell. Embedded supercell. Better way to word it. There we go.
Yeah, I definitely can see the rotational signature clearly on reflectivity.
It just got tornado warned. So, Prairieville, Port Vincent in Louisiana, you needed to be taking shelter. And, whoa, yeah, that rotation. That rotation got even stronger. So, Port Vincent, Prairieville, you need to be taking shelter right now. Highland community, the Highlands, you need to be in your storm shelter. There is a tornado warning now issued. We got inbound velocities of over 90 miles an hour on this. The dark blue area on your screen illustrates, yeah, very strong velocities on that. Coming into the radar. So let me use my pen. Let me illustrate this again, because it's been a while. So velocities through here are just screaming in towards the radar, coming into Highland community really soon. Here's I-10, and it's about to cross over I-10 within a matter of a couple of minutes or so. Definitely sooner. But look at the velocity, really strong, headed right towards Prairieville, Port Vincent, Collier. Even got some communities over here. Westminster Estates, if you're in Indigo Trails, if you are in Jaban Park, you're going to need to take shelter. We do got a lot of people that live here. A lot of houses, as you can see. So very populated area. Do not wait to hear this coming. There is going to be quite a bit of wind damage, potentially 70 plus miles an hour. And we got velocities of over 90 miles an hour on this, Ethan.
Very strong winds and an evident circulation just to the west of Prairieville near Highland Community right now. And that is a concerning signature for both tornado potential and straight line wind damage. It is capable of producing both.
This is very significant, folks. Please take shelter right now. Strong rotation on this. Embedded rotation, what we call embedded supercells within this line. And that's really the only kink that we have at the moment. But definitely a lot of wind energy coming around this storm, or coming within this storm, because we have a lot of instability to work with. As I talked about earlier, we have 4,000 joules of CAPE to work with. That's going to be enough to get these storms really explosive and to continue to produce these damaging wind gusts. Now, I want to read the warning out to you all. So if you're in northwestern Ascension Parish in southeastern Louisiana, west central Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, east central Iberville Parish in southeastern Louisiana, south central east Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana. Got to get used to saying my parishes. I don't know why Louisiana cannot just name their counties. And again, we're looking at extensive straight line wind damage, both with a tornado as well. And this is moving east at 55 to 65 miles an hour. And again, we're looking at a tornado and quarter size hail. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. So once again, Old Jefferson, if you're in a Village Street, Village, St. George, Prairieville, are right around 7:15 Central Daylight Time. Port Vincent are right around 7:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. French Settlement around 7:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Again, this includes interstates of 10 and 12 between mile markers 164 and 174, 15 and 16 on Interstate 12. So we're also looking at 1-inch hail, and this is going right over I-10. So we're probably going to get more wind damage reports. Maybe semi-trucks could flip over if they're not careful. But please take shelter, folks. This is not good at all. There's definitely a hook echo on that. Still a minor hook. But this is really bowing out, Ethan. Take note of that. Really bowing out.
Yes, indeed, and that is really conducive to some pretty widespread straight line wind damage. So we're talking about tree damage, roof damage, window damage, all being possible. And as mentioned earlier, you do not want to be on the road in this. If a spin-up tornado happens, or if it's straight line wind, that is going to put you in more danger. So if you do receive this warning and you're traveling, or you know someone who's traveling, then you or the person who's driving should be seeking shelter in a sturdy structure off the road so that they are not exposed to the elements.
And what does bowing out mean? That means the line. Explain it a little bit, but my mouth, my words. Yeah, Ethan, if you could explain it a little better, what does bowing out actually mean?
Well, we talk about a bow as in think of like archery, bow and arrow. The bowing portion makes that kind of backwards C shape. That's what we talk about when the storm evolves into a bowing structure. It looks like that big backwards C, and that's what we refer to as bowing out, because it becomes more of that shape and is typically associated with more straight line wind.
Hey, look at Ethan. I drone a bow and arrow. I did pretty good at drawing a little bow arrow. And the apex of that bow is where the winds are going to naturally be stronger because you get anticyclonic or cyclonic flow on the north side, anticyclonic flow on the south side. So you can see where the winds are going to be pulling through here pretty quickly. And along that line is where you can get your damaging wind gusts of 80 plus miles an hour. Yeah, don't go near this.
Absolutely.
Don't go and play archery in this, because I'm sure your bow and arrow will not be seen again. It would be blown away with the wind. Wait to play archery tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a better day to play archery. Let me know how many points you guys got with their archery. But wow, this archery.
Andrew Lee.
Oh, go ahead,
Oh, I'm
Ethan.
sorry. No, I was just going to say, Andrew Lee, yes, we do still have an area of rotation just to the north of Prairieville at this point, still moving northeast. That is a signature that we're still watching right now.
Yeah, those velocities, Ethan, are up to 91 miles an hour.
Yeah, quite strong on that.
Yeah, it's... Oh, wow, this is a big severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, it's pretty big. Destructive warning, still continuation of 80 mile an hour wind gusts, and we have this moving at 55 miles an hour. So if you're in Livingston, Albany, Springfield, Killeen, Walker, Port Vincent, please take shelter right now. This is a tornado warning. Once again, tornado warning.
Yeah, also to answer a question here from Bama Online, what straight line wind means? Straight line wind is wind that is flowing in a straight, linear direction. Unlike rotational winds in a tornado, straight line winds just move completely straight out. They are not associated with a tornado. They are, however, associated with damaging winds, which sometimes can produce damage similar to a tornado.
Yes. We're getting a new update on radar. Let me actually bring my sound back up on that. Oh, my goodness, it got stronger. Yep, we're at 94 miles an hour, Ethan. That velocity got stronger.
Yeah, definitely some really strong winds associated with that storm.
Yeah, if you are downstream of this, Hamac Road, you got Louisiana Highway 16. Yeah, this is going to be on your doorstep within a couple of minutes. Very strong winds. Thank you for tuning in, Silver Games. You are awesome, and thank you for the great, respectful compliment. I do appreciate that. That really makes me proud because that means I'm doing my job. And hope to see you back here in my future live streams.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here.
We will always welcome you back. You're always welcome to have fun, chat with us, ask us questions, and learn something. And hopefully you learned a lot in today's live stream. So Colliel, Frost, Wall Settlement, Holden, Livingston, Albany, Springfield, Hammond, please take shelter once again. We are talking about we're talking about a tornado that is possible with this, hence the title. Breaking news, tornado possible in Baton Rouge, in the metro area. Once this gets a little further away, we'll probably have to switch our title for the 4th time and say in Hammond. Could you do 3D? Let me do 3D. It's not as fun. It's not as exciting. And that's just because if I can, I don't know if I can, if it's even going to work. No. Why isn't it going? Yeah, our radar doesn't work on shoot. Hold on a second.
Are you having problems with KILX?
No.
Or KLIX?
I was using a GR2 analyst and KHDC wasn't working, so. That's.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'm hoping it will work, though. Oh, we're getting new update on velocity. Let's see if this got stronger. Oh my goodness, Ethan. It got stronger. It is definitely stronger. We're up to now 100-mile-an-hour velocities on this. 100-mile-an-hour velocities.
Yeah, it is really strong there. Winds still increasing and could still be a tornadic circulation within that, especially just on the north side of that area of higher velocity.
So, yeah, this is very destructive now. This could have 80-mile-an-hour winds for sure. If you're in Collywell, Frost, Livingston, Holden, please take shelter once again. This is a destructive storm. And yes, KLIX is not working on GR2 analyst, which is funny because I'm using a different radar site just north near Hammond, and that's working. The KLIX is, I guess I get more radar sites since I'm subscribed to their service. So that's probably why. So unfortunately, 3D does not work. Yeah, I don't have that on GR2 analyst for some reason, so I could try volumetric on this, but it could cause some issues if I try. I don't think there's not a whole lot to see with 3D on a linear storm, but it doesn't hurt to try. Let's see. Oh, here it is. This is what the storm looks like. Actually, that looks pretty cool. Oh, wow, Ethan, look at this wall of rain coming in on the storm.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty substantial.
Wow. Velocity just updated. Did it get stronger? We will get a new update here very soon. So if you're in Colliel, Frost, Livingston, Holden, downstream, tornado warning does continue. We will see if this rotation does get stronger. Oh, Ethan, here's another point that makes this very important. According to the Joshua Empire, velocity couplet is over 90 miles an hour at around 5,000 feet above ground.
Yeah, there very well could be a tornado that is within that area north of Port Vincent at the moment. And that tornado warning does continue right now for central Livingston Parish. Again, this is until 7:45 p.m. So we've got about 15, 17 minutes left on that if they don't extend it. If they do, then downstream areas like Livingston, Albany, and Springville will definitely need to be on the lookout for that. We do have a viewer that's in Walker, Louisiana, and the circulation is just south of you. It's going to be impacting the Livingston area probably a little more substantially, but be in shelter anyway because of this tornadic circulation, or potentially tornadic circulation, is a couple miles to the south, probably within 5 to 10 miles south of Walker at this point.
Yeah. Wow. That whole fetch, Ethan, has winds greater than 85 miles an hour. So even so there may not be a tornado on the ground, there's going to be extensive wind damage. I mean, serious wind damage, because that storm certainly has velocities greater than about 85 to 90 miles an hour. It is pretty substantial. So Colliel,
Oh, absolutely.
Frost, please take shelter. Livingston, yeah, there's a Livingston in California. Yeah. Why do other states have to copy us with our names? Crazy. So Livingston, Holden, please take shelter. Again, lots of wind on this. This is where we have the strongest wind max. This is coming straight into Albany, Livingston, Tickfaw, Independence within the next hour or so. And again, because we have these live radar sweeps, what's up, Atlanta, Georgia? Welcome. And you said earlier, you're better than a weather channel. I love your video and live streams so much. You always help people in storms. You are the best weatherman that I've ever known. Keep up the great work, David. I do appreciate that, Atlanta, Georgia. I appreciate that so much, so thank you for that. And there is good old Atlanta, Georgia up here. All the way up over there. Where you had your fanfare of severe weather recently. All right, we got a new radar update. Live update once again. Velocities look like they are weakening a little bit, but still at 90 miles an hour. Wind is approaching or moving over Colliel at this time with some intense winds. No signs of rotation. It looks like it's just kind of bowing out a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't even look like there's not much of a signature on radar. But I'll tell you, Ethan, there is 65 decibels of heavy rain and hail falling over I-12 between Walker and Livingston.
Yeah, definitely. Also, these storms, even if they don't have a tornado threat, they have been pretty good at producing some wind damage.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we got a new velocity update. We have now 97 again. So velocities have increased a little bit on that storm. This is getting closer and closer to the radar site. Close and closer. By the way, how are you all enjoying the stream? If you are enjoying the live coverage, please share this with your family and friends on social media, on Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and of course on YouTube. Because we are providing you live information And there's a new radar scan coming in. Also, check out the Discord server if you're interested in joining Weather Force. And
Let's
yeah,
see.
and we are we're about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, almost 3 weeks away from hurricane season to officially begin in the Atlantic. But on the YouTube channel, it's more like 2 weeks or less. Before you start seeing a lot more in the way of tropical weather content. What's up?
Also of interesting note, I was talking. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was talking about the wind damage aspect of this earlier. There are currently almost 70,000 customers in mainly southern and central Louisiana right now that are without power. So, extensive power outages are very possible with this.
You're kidding.
No, that's what we're seeing right now, based on the latest.
Whoa. Wow. That is significant. Yeah, 74,000 people without power. That is crazy. That's 3% of the state without power right now. And that's the thing.
We also got a question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say we got a question in here about Nevada, the weather situation in Nevada.
Nevada. Is there a weather situation in Nevada?
I don't believe so.
Oh, no, there is. Never mind. Yeah,
Oh man, I haven't been paying attention.
there are thunderstorms in Nevada right now that have popped up today. And we have a cutoff low. We have an upper level low that's cut off. And every time these happen, Ethan, we get thunderstorms in the mountains. And that's exactly what has happened today. But this is as good of an image you're probably going to get. That's looking into the mountains. This is from Cal Fire, courtesy of PG&E. We do got some high bases out of there. Air mass thunderstorm kind of deal. If we actually play this through, you can see some thunderstorms really blow up in the mountains. So yeah, we do have thunder boomers up in the mountains at the moment. But they're really high-based in nature. They're not really low-based. You could even tell we have some mid-level altocumulus cloud buildup there. So that's what we are witnessing. You get that stratus along the coast. It's like that typical summer day. Which, by the way, it looks like we might get some thunderstorms tonight, Ethan.
Oh, interesting.
We'll have to see if there's enough mid-level moisture to get some instability. And it's May, Ethan. It's like it feels like summer here. By the way, today it reached the upper 80s. It's annoying. And now we got thunderstorms maybe in the forecast. And it's May, Ethan. We don't see this until like late July, early August.
Yeah. Could be a pretty interesting weather evening right there.
Yeah. But we're also keeping an eye in the meantime, watching this storm, Ethan. Look at this has really changed a lot on velocity towards Livingston.
Yeah, thankfully. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, thankfully the rotational signature is not as pronounced as before, so we have dropped that tornado warning. Still persisting a severe thunderstorm warning that's capable of 80-mile-an-hour winds, and this line of storms is actually strong enough that it has now warranted a special marine warning for Lake Pontchartrain, just off to the east there.
And they're saying water spouts, wind gusts up to nearly 50 knots, and small hail. So, yeah, if you're a boater, you better avoid being out in that, because when lightning strikes water, that's a bad mix. That's a way to get electrocuted. What's up, Biddy? How are you
Yeah,
doing?
absolutely.
So Ethan Meek is asking, what program am I using to track this? I am using Radar Omega. Which, if you guys want to know what Radar Omega is, I will actually put a link in the chat. It is, I would say it's better than WSV3 because you get more. I mean, you can view pretty much anything on it. And it's cheaper than WSV3 by a huge margin. So you could actually get that, and then you get your live sweep. Which, by the way, the live sweep part is an additional add-on subscription. So if you really wanted that, you would have to tell yourself, do I really need that, or is it not worth it? You know, you'll get more rapid updates on Radar, like every 1 to 2 minutes, but if you want to pay an extra $10 or $15, that's all up to you. So, yeah, if you're in Hammond, if you're in Albany, Tickfaw, if you're in Independence, Livingston, we are seeing that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds, and we are still seeing that. But our velocities do indicate winds are down to about 60 miles an hour. So we are losing the wind intensity on this. But I also wanted to thank you all for... we're almost up to 300 likes on this stream. That is absolutely awesome. I mean, it's a record. That's a record in quite some time. So I want to thank you all. I'm still live here, but I wanted to say thank you. Ethan, go ahead and talk really quick.
Yeah, certainly. In extension to what David was saying, thank you all so much for being here and for all the positive feedback we've received, the likes and the subscriptions. This really helps to get the word out because YouTube will then promote this video more, will promote the live stream more, and is going to get more people, allow them to be informed about the weather situation that's going on. So you are helping us to help other people by doing this, and we really do appreciate that. And so the latest we have here, the tornado warnings have expired. We don't have a tornado warning anymore, but some dangerous straight-line wind-producing thunderstorms certainly ongoing. Currently, Central Ascension and
I'm back.
Livingston parishes. All right, welcome back.
All right, yeah, thank you for that, actually. I did want to mention that these velocities are really coming down now. We're down to like 55 miles an hour now, so we will keep an eye on this. Once this gets down to a much lower warning, we only have like a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings left. Actually, no, we have 9. What? Oh, gosh, I did not even realize we had a lot more going on in southern Texas. And those are much stronger than the ones that we're seeing in Louisiana. Those are supercells, and those are producing quarter size, ping pong size, $half size hail. One storm in particular had a hail marker of about 4 inches in diameter. So we gotta keep an eye on those, but those will be moving offshore really soon. By the way, echo tops on those storms in southern Texas are over 65,000 feet, Ethan.
Oh my, very deep thunderstorms.
Yep, a lot of instability. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It is now downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Tickfaw, for Independence, for Springfield, Louisiana, 70-mile-an-hour winds. So this is weakening, which is good. And I'm thinking it probably is moving into a less unstable environment. There's not as much instability downstream. I think it used that little bit of a notch of instability earlier. What's up? NAF Gamer, how are you doing? Yeah, we are going to keep an eye on this for a while. You know, until this really weakens. But we also need to keep an eye on the storms now in southern Texas, because those are definitely strong. And actually, Ethan, I can show you this too. Look at how tall these thunderstorms are in southern Texas, really blowing up.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'll switch my radar over there.
Wow, actually, instability, Ethan, is 5 to 6,000 joules per kilogram on those storms.
Uh, yes, a lot of instability, which is typically what we see with these kinds of storms, especially the hail-dominant ones like this.
Oh my gosh. Whoa, Ethan. You there?
Yes.
Look at, if you watch my
Yes.
stream for a while, you'll see a lot of hail tracks on these two storms over the Gulf of Mexico that have just like a string of 4 to 5 inch hail tracks on them with hail markers.
Oh my. That's some very big hail.
I mean, watch for a while, you'll just see just a string like of hail tracks. Now, these are not hail reports, folks. Why would someone report 4-inch hail over water? These are actually hail tracks, the circles that you're seeing. But I mean, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 hail marker reports of 4+ inches in diameter.
Wow.
That is one intense storm, and that has echo tops of over 65,000 feet. And now a good question.
Wait.
Well, depending on
Yeah.
where you live, NAF Gamer, if you live down here in Port Isabel, then I would be pretty concerned because these are producing some big hail. But yeah, this is giving me the area that we gotta kind of cover. But yeah, I was gonna ask
The goal. Oh, yeah.
I wanted to ask you this question really quick. I noticed the storms up to the north are more linear and the storms down here are more discrete. Explain to our viewers what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I suspect the mid-level wind shear is a little bit stronger down in Texas to really get those supercells organized. And yes, it is a lot stronger down in southern Texas. We're looking at values that are 55 to 65 knots, conducive to organized storms. The thing about Louisiana is that storms really grew upscale into more of a linear, clustered mode, and so that means that that wind shear couldn't be used to organize discrete supercells. It became a big linear, cold pool-driven mess, basically, which was not conducive to getting these organized, isolated thunderstorm structures. And because of that, they weren't affected by the wind shear the same way as the storms in southern Texas.
Makes sense. Wow, Ethan, this line of storms, while there's a lot of heavy rain on them, the velocities are down to like 50 to 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, hopefully, as this thunderstorm cluster kind of outruns the better instability, it will gradually begin to weaken. Although, as we head through the evening, the severe weather threat is expected to, at least in some form, persist, especially in vicinity of the Gulf coastal region.
Oh, yeah. NAF Gamer, you've never experienced a tornado? Same here. I've never experienced a tornado. Although, I did spot a funnel cloud back like in late January, early February. Remember that, Ethan, on my Twitter?
Oh, I do remember. That was a neat little funnel.
So at least, hey, I was actually happy to witness, hey, gonna see a little tornado in person. Not that I'm glad it happened, but like, I always wanted to see a tornado in person, and I actually got my hope and it got answered. Thankfully, that was not like destructive. It's like a little cold air rope like funnel, but you know. So, if you are in
Right.
southern Texas, once again, strong supercells here capable of producing really large hail and some damaging winds. But in the meantime, since a lot of the activity is still taking place also in Louisiana, we will focus on that area because it's in a slightly more populated area. But it looks like things are beginning to wind down to some extent. Man, it gets warm in my room
Yeah.
so quick. Ugh.
Yeah, and I did want to say that unfortunately I do have to be going for the evening. Got some things to take care of, but I was very thankful to be.
Um, Ethan, I think your mic went out. Again. You there? All right, while we are waiting for Ethan to get back, it is about 6 o'clock. And I think we see what we have left on the Storm Prediction Center. We'll probably be live. Yeah, this is kind of on the outer edge of that enhanced already, so got some good news there. Line of storms are right down here. So, I was actually glad I was able to cover this. By the way, if you guys want to check out my hurricane seasonal forecast, go to the channel. You're on my channel now, I'm sure, and look for the latest Atlantic hurricane seasonal forecast. You can't miss it. It's the one where it says crazy season 2024. That's the very latest one, my prediction. And I'll have another one out either this Thursday, if not, probably on Monday or Tuesday next week. It all depends on when NOAA releases their numbers. That's kind of the Goldie number zone right there. Yeah, Ethan's mic is off. So we'll see if he comes back. I did not hear you, Ethan, at all. Your mic went out. But I want to say thank you all for liking the stream. I want to say thank you all for supporting. This got out to a lot of people, and I want to say thank you for that. I am trying to do a lot more of these live streams more often than not. At least since there's not much to like make videos on. I'll probably be doing at least 1 or 2 live streams a week if necessary on something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, yay, welcome back, Ethan. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, I think I got cut off there at the end, but I was going to say that I do have to be going. And if you all didn't hear me before, I am thankful to have interacted with all of you. I'm thankful to have helped you, David, in tracking these storms, but I do have to be headed out for now. I
Ethan,
was thankful to be a part of it.
before you go, can we need to talk tonight about, I don't want to mention it on stream, but remember
Oh, I
when,
know.
yeah, we need to talk about that probably about 10 or 10:15 tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, see you tonight. Talk to you soon.
All right. See you then, and see you all later. Thank you for tuning in.
Yep. All right. We will be here for a little while longer. At least we'll just kind of base it on the now casting. But yeah, a lot to kind of overview with what we looked at today. Had man, this thing is all the way in eastern Louisiana. We started this when it was all the way in Vinton, so this really traveled some distance. But yeah, we had damage to a Walmart building in Westlake. Kind of thought something was there because that debris ball really blew up right over that area. And then we had multiple instances of trees down, shingles blown off of houses, a lot of extensive wind damage with the severe weather today, with trees down. In Baton Rouge, we also had some trees down over Walker South Road earlier, tree blocking a road there, and then let's see, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. We got that on Tiger Stadium. Yeah, Tiger Stadium. Captured a 60-mile-an-hour wind there. And we're still seeing additional wind damage, but we are really coming down as far as the intensity. We'll see with what National Weather Service does here in the next 15 to 30 minutes or two with this severe thunderstorm warning. It still has 70-mile-an-hour winds and considerable wind damage that is continuing. But yeah, I am very excited to track hurricane season with you all. I've been looking forward to this for quite some time. No, I am not sneezing, Bama online. I am not sneezing. But yeah. If you hear me sneezing, it's probably my air conditioner. You know, it makes some weird sounds sometimes. Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail that is not really significant at all. So this line is beginning to weaken. And it is moving pretty much due east-southeast. This is going to be moving offshore mostly in the next 30 minutes or so. But, yes. Ban animal 65, yes. A red polygon is a tornado warning. A yellow polygon is a severe thunderstorm warning. That's what that is. I hope you guys like the sound effect of the radar actually going round and round and round and round and round. Again, that is a new feature to Radar Omega that will make these live streams a bit more enjoyable because, not because of the sound, but because Radar now updates every 1 to 2 minutes. Every 1 to 2 minutes, you will see a new radar updated scan. And when it comes to hurricanes, we can see in great detail on what the eye feature looks like. And by the way, with these new scans, you get slightly higher end radar images as well. Just a little bit better, which we're able to see detailed signatures of tornadoes or hurricanes, which is pretty cool. Yeah, New Orleans is definitely going to see some heavy rain soon. Ariana. What's up, Ariana, by the way? The one that lives down the street from where I live. I actually feel special. I really do. What did you think of that rain that we had last weekend? Not this last weekend, but the weekend before. It was on the 4th. What did you think of that, Ariana? It was really weird. It was like 45 degrees during the day. 45 in early May in California standards. That was like 40 something degrees below average with our temperatures. Probably the coldest May on record, at least on a day perspective. But guess what? It is truly May outside. With it being so warm. It's too warm. Not bad today. It's only like 80 degrees, but golly word. Yesterday and the day before, it was in the mid-90s. And since we don't have any trees surrounding the house that I live in, because they got cut down last fall because we thought they were going to blow down with the storms that we were going to get this winter. So now, for 13 straight hours, well, almost 14, because we do got some trees on the east side that blocks some of the sun rays, at least in the morning. But basically from like about 7:30, maybe 8 in the morning, from about 8 in the morning all the way until the sun sets, so at least 12 hours, the sun is hitting the roof and it heats up. And I kid you not, right now the roof is 90 degrees right now. The roof, the ceiling in my room is 90 degrees, which means if I turn off my AC, this room will warm up to about 90 degrees. It's 81 degrees in the room right now, even with the AC on. It's not even helping much, which is concerning because when the peak of summer hits, I mean, and the hottest time of the year for us is like August. It's like late July into mid-August, early September. Boy, if I could only imagine if it hits 105 or 110 degrees this summer here, my room's gonna probably hit 100. It's gonna hit 100. And I do not know how I'm going to be able to release weather content when it's that hot. I'm going to see if I could talk to my grandma to see if I can bring my computer downstairs, move everything downstairs. But I think she's going to be like, no, you can't, David. There's no room. Because golly word, it is oppressive. I don't need to go outside to experience summer. I can just sit in my room and it's summertime. Here's a good question. How hot does your room get? Or your living room? How hot? Well, let's just put it this way. How hot does your house or room get during the summertime? I'll give you my answer. My room gets about 89 to 100 degrees in the summertime. Last summer, it was bad. So, and at night, it doesn't cool down very much. So, it just stays hot it just stays warm all night. It's ridiculous. I do not at all. I live thick forest. Well, you're lucky, crazy chicken dude. You have the trees to kind of keep things tamed. I'm cooked. Oh boy. Did I see any aurora? I did see the aurora a couple of nights ago, but it was not seen by the naked eye. I had to take... Oh. Okay. We have a tornado warning. Okay, a water spout. How about that? A water spout that will become a tornado warning. That is very strong rotation. So we're going to stop the questions and we're going to get back to tracking. So if you're in Stratter, North Pass, Acres, Galva, in Louisiana, we have a tornado warning, a water spout right now. Definitely a water spout. And this is a rain wrapped waterspout. You will not see this. You will not. I repeat, you will not see this. So you need to be taking shelter right now. That is definitely, you can see a classic signature of a couplet. If you guys are wondering what a couplet looks like, this is it. You got greens moving toward the radar. You got reds moving away from the radar. Right in here is where we have that couplet, that rotation, that spin in the atmosphere. And so that is moving right towards Galva on Interstate 55, Acres North Pass. You need to be taking shelter right now. Again, this is going to be moving over Lake Pontchartrain really soon. Okay, and it is crossing over right now over Galva. It's crossing over Galva right now. Looks like the outflow might be riding out this, so this is probably going to be a brief spin up. But if you're in Acres, Galva, North Pass on I-55, please take shelter. We do got some rotation on that. Greens, inbound velocities moving toward, reds moving away, and you can see there is a lot of rain coming down, maybe some quarter-size hail as well. You will not see this. You will not see this coming, especially if there's spray from the waters nearing that water spout or tornado. It's going to be very hard to see it. Hammond is going to be fine. Right now, it's moving through Hammond. Velocities do not look all that bad. You're only getting like 15 to 20 mile an hour velocities. So it looks like the surface parcels are not very strong as far as how much wind you're seeing. But this is really falling apart. It's gonna be moving it's moving over Acres, Galva right now on Interstate 55. Ariana, it says, it's cold in my house in the summer while my room is hot. Same like mine. We do have a whole house AC, but I don't know how efficient that AC will be in my room. We shall find out when it gets very hot. Okay, we're getting a new scan. We're getting a new scan. Oh, yeah, that rotation really weakened. Very much so. There is still rotation, though, but the velocities are definitely weaker. See if we got any debris. We don't have any debris right now, so it looks like that rotation really weakened. And I kind of thought it would, because now our outflow is definitely outsmarting that tornado. So the outflow is becoming more dominant. Yeah, it looks like it has weakened based on the latest scan, but we will watch for the next couple of scans to see what that does. I'm assuming it's really weakening. It looks very anemic looking. I mean, on radar, it really is not even a supercell. So we'll see what that does. It looks like it's gonna be... It won't even be there on the next scan. That really weakened on the previous one, though. So we will get a new update here very soon on what that does. It's now over Lake, or it's going to be over Lake Pontchartrain here soon. So it's not going to take long for it to transit. Okay, we got a new scan coming in. This is Galva in southernmost Louisiana near Lake Pontchartrain. North Pass on I-55. Again, there's, let me zoom out so you all can see. Again, Slidell. There is New Orleans. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Look how broad that became. Really, really weak. We have another spin up over here over Lake Pontchartrain, but that's going to stay over water for a while. There's really no threat of that hitting land areas anytime soon yet. What's up, KP Harden? How are you doing? Greetings from Abita Springs. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Abita Springs. So that is over there near Madisonville. And you're getting some rain right now, but it's going to be coming on in. By the way, the lightning strike intensity has come down a little bit too. This tornado warning will probably be getting canceled here within the next 20 or so minutes. That siren that off a few minutes ago scared me. Yeah, that's the Radar Omega built-in warning thing. What about Liberty, Mississippi? Liberty, Missouri. Oh no, you did say Mississippi. Okay. So Liberty, Mississippi. Oops. Yeah, so Liberty, Mississippi, you're just going to get moderate rain that looks to be more stratiform. A lot of the convective nature terrain has left your area, so you're going to continue to get rain for the next several hours, but at least the convective part, the risk for tornadoes is zero. You're not going to get anything significant other than just some rain. Okay, let's see that rotation. Yeah, that rotation's really broad right now. Very weak. This has intensified down here. So we'll have to see what that does for a while as it transits over Lake Pontchartrain. David, can you do full-time weather job on YouTube? Bama Online? Trying to do that. I'm trying to do that. Someday it will happen. What's up, Craig? Donter, how are you doing? What's up, David Holmes? You're very welcome. I do appreciate it. So we're going to keep an eye. This is not, it's going to have a special marine statement. Actually, there's still a special marine statement there for that water spout. We won't get a tornado warning yet. We'll just have to see on wait how that pans out. But it does look like if it's a water spout, it's going to fall apart pretty quickly. You can even see the outflow kind of trying to ride out that water spout. So I don't see much with that. It's going to try to ride out. Yeah, see, that already occluded. That's gone. And now this is going to probably try occluding here shortly. So, yeah. Oh, new scan coming in. Submarine, people. The submarine. Oh, yeah, the water spout also weakened. Most definitely it did. What's up, Mart? Mart, how are you doing? Welcome. How are you doing, Mart? Mart? I thought your name said Walmart at first. I was like, whoa, Walmart. But yeah, I want to thank you all for watching my Atlantic hurricane seasonal forecasts over the last month. Um, those have been really successful videos, and I just want to thank you for sharing them. Each of those videos actually got shared over 400 times. So 400, 500 times, that is fantastic. Means you guys really enjoy the content. And the chance to be producing that much higher because you guys like it, right? What's up? Ruz. I'll just call you Ruz. Yo, person from Haman here. How bad is it? Right now, not bad at all. Velocity's low at the moment. It doesn't look significant at all. Southeasterly wind gusting up to about 10 to 15 miles an hour. So nothing substantial over Haman. It is definitely raining though. Definitely raining pretty good. But a lot of wind damage, boy, in Prairieville. A lot of trees down on houses. Yeah, a lot of destruction today. Quite the day. For what it was worth. Let's see how many wind reports we have had. Wow, we had a lot of wind reports. 101 wind reports, 29 hail reports, 6 tornado reports. Wow, 2 of them in Missouri. So kind of an all scattered kind of thing today. Yeah, it was pretty bad today. I mean, that was some of the strongest winds I've seen on radar in a while with the velocities that we had, especially at doing damage to a Walmart. That must be very unfortunate. I've yet to see. I'm going to do some research after. Actually, I'm going to see if I can find anything on Twitter of that Walmart that got damaged. Let me see if I can find any images. Oh my gosh. Well, rest in peace, gas station. That gas station is annihilated. That gas station's long gone. I don't want to share these images because I don't want to get, the whole copyright. You know how YouTube is. But believe me, that gas station is gone. I can't find anything on Walmart though. That building damage. Jeez Louise. Oh, that was 2 days ago. I was gonna say, boy, if that was from today. Wow. Yeah. So let's look at tornado warning has expired. I'll stay on for a little bit longer, probably until about 6:30. We'll just keep an eye on things. I'm gonna watch this though, because I'm worried once it gets close enough, you're gonna get a tornado warning on this. So I'm gonna just watch this little couplet right here, a water spout. Seems like it's kind of fighting that outflow. Actually, that's inflow. Wait, never mind. That's actually inflow. Some inflow influence. Welcome back, Chase. Walmart can afford the repairs. Oh yeah, they're a big retail company. It's just kind of terrible. Like when you hear about a grocery store just getting torn apart because of a tornado, it's like the managers, the store director, the corporate has to now afford to repair that, It's not like simple like, oh, I'm just going to call my contractor and get it fixed. Oh, we might have something. We may have something trying to spin up over here. We'll see if they go with the tornado warning soon. This little guy down here is doesn't know what that little guy wants to do. Little bit of a hook echo on that. That's really where the winds are strong right now. That's where that instability is probably being favored a little bit more. You're in Mandeville, Buck? Nice. So let's actually go over to there. Mandeville, Louisiana. Oh, yeah, you're right out ahead of this. Boy, you're right on the coast of Lake Pontchartrain. I wonder how it's there. I wonder if you're able to go swimming. I'm sure you're able to go swimming in that water. Lake Pontchartrain looks huge, though. I wonder how big it actually is. For those Louisiana residents, probably tell me that. It's awfully big. Oh, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. They still want to keep the 70-mile-an-hour winds, I guess. Which, I don't know why. Oh, maybe the flow is out of southeast again. Maybe that flow shifted around. Oh, wait, no. Northwest. Sorry, I got my colors confused. This part of the bow is more stronger. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a stronger little vortex there. It's 24 miles across, so it's about the size of Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is like 24, 26 miles from north to south, so it's about that big. Okay. See, it looks smaller than what it really appears, When you look at things from satellite, it looks kind of small, but it really isn't. Now, is the water salty? Because it's like right there off the Gulf of Mexico. I'm going to keep an eye on these two areas' rotation. In the meantime, asking your guys' questions or answering them. Yeah, it would be a water spout. Hey, David, do tornadoes weaken on water? Well, I wouldn't say they do. They go from tornado to water spout, then back to tornado again. Oh my, that's pretty. That's gorgeous. That's a pretty sunset. That is fantastic. Yeah, Chase took this awesome picture, you guys, of the sunset, fiery sunset. That's just gorgeous. The Texas sunset. When I was in Texas in mid-April, I was able to see a couple of sunsets, but it was air was disgusting. It was like dusty. What's up, Bella Attilia? How are you doing? You know what sunsets I actually like is when it's clear and crisp and you have that yellow orange color. You have that golden hour, and it just makes things glow, kind of. I just like that vibrancy to sunsets. You're in Madisonville? Ooh. So you're right up over here. I'm telling you guys, I don't know how you can stand these warm, muggy temperatures. I mean, the other day is like, or today, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, dew points in the 80s? Get out of here. That's disgusting. You know what our dew point average is during the summertime? Probably in the low to mid 60s here. That's the highest it ever gets. If we get the monsoon here, we're lucky to get dew points maybe in the low 70s for at least 1 or 2 days, and that's really it. But when we get like offshore wind events, our dew points usually are always in the single digits, so it's a really dry heat. Like last week, we had a north wind event. Air was dry. Really dry. Oh, wow. That's crazy, Bella, I tell ya. Being on the Gulf water spouts come on land. Last year, one ripped up on the beach and all beach chairs and people went flying. People went flying? No. No. I pray that we don't have a rough hurricane season this year. Same here, but I'll tell you, the models are really, really looking scary. I don't like using that word. But I use the word scary. I feel bad for using it because, oh my gosh, the models are going bonkers this season. What program do you use, David? I use Radar Omega. So if you guys are wondering what program I used or what I'm using, should word that differently. I'm using Radar Omega. It's probably the #1 radar program you could ever get. No, I'm not sponsoring them. No, I'm not doing that. But I really highly recommend checking this out. No other radar. Not even, I've heard you guys say my weather radar, my radar, the Weather Channel radar. No offense. They're terrible. Okay. They're good in some sense. But with Radar Omega, you get everything. High resolution radar, customization. You can get a lot of details. Lightning detection, base app. And this is what you would get. You can read more on it. But it is $8.99 for a one-time... Whoa, wait, what's one-time purchase? But then you get the alpha versions. So I have the alpha version, which is $11.99 a month, or you can pay $119 a year for it. Now, as you know, that's just that, okay? But if you want, say, more to it, like that scan, the whole radar sweep thing, that's extra money. That's not free. That's another like $10 or $15 added on. But you get satellite imagery, you get SPC outlooks, you get radar, you get street view detail, you get flood warnings and everything. Yeah, look at this. You could even get satellite images. You could get live cameras. That's what we were viewing today. Flood products. Let's see what else. Winter weather radar. What else? Oh gosh. Is there an arrow that I could actually? No, I can't. Darn it. You can get weather models. More satellite. You could get buoy images. Live buoy images. That's really cool. Yeah, you can get a lot in this program. Yes, there's a cost, but I'll tell you, it's worth it. I've used this for at least 2 years, 3 years, and I'll tell you what. If I've kept my subscription this long, you know why. It's a very good app. You can get it on your smartphone, on your computer, on your laptop. And I don't know if you can get it on a smart TV. I mean, you could even do overlays. I think I could do overlays with this, can I? I would have to figure that out. Maybe I can't. Shoot, I can't. But you can get mesosectors as well. So you can get like something like that looks like that, or you can get, let's see. Why don't they have a severe weather sector down there? That's crazy. But there's a lot you can do with this. There is a ton. And I'm assuming they're going to add RTMA data as well to it, which is going to make it more fun. I just downloaded it onto my Android. Awesome. 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 There's certain apps that might seem better than others. Radar Omega personally is better in a sense because you get power outage stuff. You get, I mean, look at you can overlay a lot of stuff. Power outage, spotter network stuff, storm reports, surface fronts. I mean, you can see what you get. I mean, it's amazing. Custom locations. So if you're wondering what these little areas are, like right here, Crazy Chicken Dude, if you're still watching, I could add you to the locations map. So like during hurricane season, you'd be like, oh, can I have my location there? Then I can save it. So that's why we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have like 7 or 8 people that follow me that live in Florida that have actually allowed me to add their location onto the map. So you can't get in, you can't live without Radar Omega. I'll promise you that. It's the go-to radar app. Patty, if you want to get the very most out of Radar Omega, I would go with the Alpha subscription. So if you want to know what each subscription has with it, you could read. Again, I sent the link. Did I send the link? No, I never did. Shoot. Let me send the link in the chat really quick. So you click on that link, and then it will take you here. And read each and do research. I'm not going to choose for you. You have to do the research. Okay. Yeah. Do the research. Because if I choose for you and you don't like what what you have, then I don't don't want to be held responsible. Thank you, Seven. I appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. And yes, I will be using Radar Omega during my hurricane season series. Okay, when there's a hurricane or a tropical storm making landfall. Okay. Also, another thing to point out in this, okay, because we're still watching some rotation here and stuff. If you get the alpha, I think it's only with beta, I think it's with beta and alpha, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, it's with all subscriptions, but you get a limited amount of frames. Alpha, you get the most. So you get up to 250 frames if you have the alpha version, and it could be lesser depending on what subscription you have. But if you click on this little clock icon with this little arrow, you could actually go to radar history, and I think you can go back to like a year and a half or 2 years of radar history. So, for an example, I don't know if I could go back to Hurricane Ian. That was almost a couple of years ago. I think I could. I believe I can. Yes, so Hurricane Ian was September 23rd. So if we go back to September 2022, darn it, no, you can't. You can't go any further. It won't let you. So you could only go back to 1 year. 1 year of radar data is the furthest you can go back. That's disappointing. I hope they increase that with alpha subscribers, that you could actually go back to like 2 or 3 years. Check out Apple. Is that a city you're probably referring to, huh? Probably Louisiana, yep. So for Apollothos, Port Bar, you're on the leading edge of that rain and that heavy rainfall. So your conditions are slowly improving right now. What's up, Ken? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. So, do you guys understand Radar Omega a lot? And yes, you can do 3D volumetric mode in this. I think that's only for alpha subscribers. Again, you'll have to do a lot of research, because when I purchased this, it was still in the early makings. They only had like 1 or 2 features available with it. So they definitely have come a long way with this. So if you want, you could get volumetric or extended 3D, which you can get this. Things are going good in California, Ken. Thank you for asking. It's a mild spring, summer-ish day. It could be hotter, it could be cooler. I'm not looking forward to summer. I don't like summer. Any future outlook for Valdosta? So yeah, that's probably Valdosta, Georgia. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. So, Valdosta. Oh, got a storm chaser over there. Charles Moore, that is. So future, let's go to the models for that. Let's go to convective allowing, go to HRRR, and go over to our composite reflectivity forecast. See, I know this so well that I can click around and know what I'm clicking on for once. Let's go to the 20. Oh, wait. Actually, let's go to the 18Z run, because the 18Z run is the 48-hour run. So right now, this is pretty much with what you're seeing. You're just seeing a lot of rainfall. Probably a brief break tomorrow, late tonight, and then more rain coming through. Maybe a thunderstorm or two in Valdosta overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, commute time. And then things kind of wind down before you get more rain. So this is going to be kind of an up and down day for the next day and a half, maybe a couple of days, as you just get this moisture coming off the Gulf of Mexico. So on again, off again rain. Nothing too substantial. Again, some severe weather from time to time. Just be aware of that. But I'm not seeing anything like exceptional, like concerning as far as, oh, you're going to see life-threatening flooding. There's definitely a flood threat, but yeah. But yeah, you do get your models, your forecast models, all in one program. I mean, I could go on and on and on and explain this, and it would take me forever. That's showing you just how much there is in this program. You get your regional models, your global models. You get your European model, by the way. How cool is that? Your tropical models like the HMON. I'm really hoping they're going to add the halves A and halves B, which are two new hurricane models. I'm really hoping that they'll add that in there. But you get your satellite and you get your forecasts from the National Weather Service, which is really cool. Now you're probably wondering about the color code that I use here. They may seem different to you. I actually create my own custom palettes to make that, similar to what you can do on Radar Scope, which actually are much easier to add in. All you have to do is go to color table, and you can choose, and you can create your color tables and add them. I forgot on how to do it, but it's not that hard once you figure it out. Actually, I think you could, oh yeah, upload PAL color table. So you would just do that, and then you can create your, so on and so forth. Man, once I get into discussing something, and I can't shut my mouth sometimes. But if you want to find more on this, just go to radaromega.com. Again, that's radaromega.com. Research and decide for yourself if it's worth the $12 a month. But again, I don't sponsor them. I don't want you guys to think I sponsor them, because I don't. I just love what they add to the program, to the software. What the heck? You can get 10-year storm report archives. That's incredible. You can look back at storm reports 10 years ago. Okay, I never knew that. Yeah, you can go all the way back to 2004 on May the 14th. Actually, 20 years in the past. Wow, okay. 20 years ago, you can see what storm reports were like. That is pretty freaking awesome. Wow. All right, do you guys have any questions about Radar Omega or anything? Do you guys have any questions? We have 160 people watching. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm opening up for questions for the next 5 or 10 minutes. That's what I always like to do before I end my streams. I always go to questions. If you guys have noticed that. Because maybe you do have a question and you've held it in your mind for a while. That's a long line of storms. Yep, it is. It's a squall line. That's what it's named. I'm in Gulfport. Ooh, Gulfport right here too. Man, that dew point's high. 70-degree dew point. Oh yeah, that southern end of the line. Yep. Lockport. That's one part of Louisiana I would not live in. Something about Louisiana I can't live in. If I could live anywhere, I could probably live like in Ohio, New York, or Pennsylvania, kind of in the upstate area of Pennsylvania, like Erie, Buffalo area. Never would I live in the downtown. I would live somewhere like up in here. A place where, you know, you get the 2 seasons. You get the 4 seasons. You get the winter, fall, winter, spring, summer, and fall. But do you guys have any questions? Again, what's up, Andrew Lee? Again, hope you're doing great. Funny, the beep is kind of annoying. If it is annoying, folks, I will turn it off. Surprisingly, that's gotten a lot of the attention, so I'll probably end up just turning it off if I can. I guess I can. Maybe that will work. So it shouldn't go on anymore because I turned it off. But yeah, just showing you that you can add a lot to it. Make it your own personal preference. How is Homa and Dots looking in Louisiana? Wow, some hard names to pronounce. Right now, from here on out, looks pretty good. If we take a look at our models, convective allowing models, there's definitely the chances for more rain. Shall continue. Unsettled weather as that line passes its way through, but by the overnight hours should look pretty good for the most part. And for the time being, at least in the next 18 hours, you look pretty good. But if we go to our 18Z run, let's run that through. And you look pretty good for the next couple of days after this line skims out of there. Tell ya, you've been gotten a lot of rain. That's good, though. At least to get rid of the drought that's been plaguing you guys for a while. You're very welcome, Tammy Porter. Yeah, you're in Homa, but you also mentioned over here too. So yeah, you're in the middle of it, and it looks like it is going to continue for a while. Right in it, but that's moving east, so probably in the next hour, conditions will improve, Buck. But you guys need the rain, right? Think of the good side of it. Need some water. You know, you need some extra water to water your plants. I appreciate it. I'm weather traumatized from Ida. Oh gosh, yeah. Oh yeah. Gulf's hurricanes don't look, they could be menacing. And I'll tell you right now, I won't show you guys because I don't want to kind of discreetly kind of leak this out, but upper ocean heat content in the Gulf is actually higher just by a little bit than it was last year at this time. And the comparisons will be provided in my next seasonal forecast. But I will tell you what, I'll just kind of give a little foretraining warning on this. Upper ocean heat content, especially in the Caribbean, is the highest it has ever been in at least 100 years. At least 100 years or more. I don't say that to cause hype, to cause panic, let alone upper ocean heat content is not what causes hurricanes. It's the atmosphere that responds to that. That's what can cause hurricanes. But upper ocean heat content and sea surface temperatures in the Caribbean are as warm as they typically are in early to mid-August. Okay? Actually, arguably enough, they could be even as warm as they typically are even in late August. And here we are in May, and we're seeing water temperatures down there already at 29 degrees Celsius, which is in the mid 80s, low to mid 80s. That's really, really warm. That's something to not mess with. That is quite warm. And it just leads to problems. It really does. Lots of heat energy. In fact, I'll show you this though. This is a high resolution map showing you just how warm it is. Look at this little area up here. This is the island of Youth, kind of the Youth Peninsula. Right over here, okay, that is up there at around 31 Celsius. This is a high resolution 4K image showing sea surface temperatures in great detail. 31 Celsius, that is already mid to upper 80s already throughout the entire here of the Caribbean. You're already 29 to even perhaps 30 Celsius. That in itself, folks, is very concerning. And again, I don't say this to get views, to scare people. It is truly remarkable just how far above average the Caribbean really is this year. And if that's not enough, let's go to sea surface temperature anomaly. I mean, look at this for yourself. Look at right along the coast of Cuba and Haiti, running 2 to almost 3 Celsius above average. I mean, extra heat is extra trouble. That's just all there is to it. It's like warming your bathtub an extra couple of degrees. It's not noticeable, but put it in a huge picture, it really adds up. And you can even get some surface wind as well, based on ASCAP passes too, which are very helpful. There's a lot you can do with this. Of course, this is somewhat of a secretive area of the University of Miami. You can even look at ocean heat content anomaly as well, and look at how far above average the heat anomalies are in this area of the Caribbean, way up on the top of the chart. Actually, I need to use this in my next video. Probably will in my seasonal forecast. Because this is some pretty high numbers. One more thing I want to look at and show you guys is heat content. Yeah, look at that right there. Right in there. Look at how high that is. It's all the way up there to almost 150. That little purple on your screen. Yeah. That's a lot of heat content in this portion of the Caribbean. And it's getting ready for a very busy season, and things are adding up for a very busy season. And it's mainly because of how warm the Atlantic, the main development region is, and the Caribbean, and especially the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, you know what? I didn't even show you guys the Gulf of Mexico. How dare would David not share the Gulf of Mexico? Oh my gosh, I gotta show you guys that. Look at portions of the Gulf along the coast, really warm. Look at Florida, very warm, 29 Celsius. Look at even the Bay of Campeche, already 31 Celsius. Doesn't seem like a whole big deal until you look at the anomalies. You look at this, and then your head's gonna spin around, and you're gonna be like, whoa! Yeah, you're witnessing in the loop current 3 degrees Celsius above normal waters. The shelf waters of Florida really warm. And look at over here, Lake Pontchartrain, some of the estuaries really warm. And then look at down here, colder than average waters, almost 3 Celsius down there. But that in itself is not going to prevent the Gulf of warming up to as warm as it can get. And it got to be as warm as 32 Celsius last year, 33 Celsius even. So the Gulf has exponential potential, and 26 degrees Celsius or 80 degrees Fahrenheit is enough to get strong hurricanes. But when you get 34 Celsius waters, that just adds more extra trouble. All right, so how did I do at explaining that? Did I do really good? Was I very clear? Because again, I don't say these things, and this is kind of coming from Mark Sedeth as well, because I follow Mark Sedeth really well. Me and him actually talk back and forth. We don't do this to scare or to cause hype or fear or hyperbole. Science tells us it's all in climatology. Look it up. I mean, look at the data for yourself. You'll look at those waters and be like, gosh, they're warmer than last year. What could that mean? You know, we have a moderate to strong La Nina coming this fall. Very warm record MDR. I mean, how can you not get a busy season? That's my question, you know. By the way, we had an 80-mile-an-hour wind report in Florida earlier. 82. Actually, this morning. My bad. Early this morning. I'm ahead of myself. I appreciate that, Tammy. It's why my hurricane videos seem to do very good, because everything that I say, at least I try, right, folks? I try to be as honest as I can. But sometimes the data just really scares. Not scares, but like, it's concerning. It really is, on a meteorological perspective. And when you have a La Nina on top of a very warm Atlantic, again, I just don't understand how you cannot have a busy season. Boy, if we have a dead season this year, not only will I be wrong, but everyone's going to look at each other and be like, what the heck? Which, by the way, before I end this, some of you in the comment section on my past couple of seasonal videos said, the Saharan dust is coming, David. It's not going to be a busy season. What are you talking about? Remember, I want you all to understand this. We had a very big SAL, simply Saharan air layer, or SAL, outbreak during the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. Did that stop 30 named storms from developing? No, it didn't. SAL by itself does not prevent hurricanes from developing. Okay? I just want to make it clear because sometimes the Saharan air layer is always there. Did you know that? I don't know if you guys knew that. But there are times that it goes further south and it goes further north, right? So right now our SAL is too far south. So every time we get tropical waves, they just get discombobulated, whatever that word is, right? But usually as summer progresses, these SAL outbreaks still occur, but they're further north. Okay? And then these tropical waves, once they get going, they can develop. And sometimes they could wait until they get into the Caribbean. And that's exactly what Ian did. Ian was just a ignorance of a tropical wave when it went into the main development region, right? When it developed, right? And it didn't cause problems, right? We all thought, oh, this is not going to be a big system at all. Nope. Unfortunately, it did not end that way once it found itself in a favorable environment. SAL is one thing to interrupt hurricanes, but it's wind shear and sea surface temperatures, right? The three building blocks. You need enough moisture, light shear, and warm sea surface temperatures, and another one, I think. I can't remember it off the top of my head. SAL alone does not cancel out a season. Okay? I just want to be clear on that. I just want to be clear. Because some of you out there are probably saying, oh, David, no, there's going to be a SAL outbreak. That's all on you. Forecast a dead season, and let's see if that actually ends up being the case, right? So, and I'm excited to track hurricane season. Am I excited for a busy season? Not very much. Not very much. But unfortunately, the data tells us that this season is going to be the season that could be very memorable if it goes the way we think it's going to go. And Penn State squeezing out 39 named storms. I don't know if you guys saw that on Twitter. It's going all over social media a couple of weeks ago. Oh my gosh, Penn State predicting 33 named storms with as much as 39 named storms. Believe me, if we get 39 named storms, I'm going to fall off the face of this earth. I literally will, because I will be astonished. It'll be very astonishing if we can get even 39 named storms. We would have to have 3 or 4 named storms a week, perhaps even 6 named storms a week to even get us there. All right. Okay. I talked a little too much with my hurricane talk. I'll tell you, people think I don't know much, but I do, because I've been studying this stuff since I was 6 years old. Believe me, and I'm 28 years old right now. So I'm going a little over 20 years of this, and I learn as I go, right? We learned from 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Now we're going to interpolate that into this year, right? Okay. Boy, that talk got us all the way into 7 o'clock, and I am fairly exhausted. Went to school, woke up early this morning, and now I'm live streaming, and I'm about to end it because it's time for me to have my dinner, and then we will see about tomorrow. Might live stream again if necessary. If we get one of those surprises like we did today, might have to do something. Might want to go live. We have a 5% out for Florida, so maybe we'll do something. We'll see. Maybe I'll just take the day off as I'm still prepping for hurricane season. Got to get things together for the PowerPoint, because there's going to be a lot to digest in my next seasonal forecast. All right, I think questions are closed. closing questions. But before I end it, thank you all for tuning in to today's severe weather live stream. I do appreciate your guys' diligent, awesome, loyal support for the work that I do. Going on 2 years on September the 15th this year will be the 2-year anniversary of me running this channel, one of the longest. For unsuccessions before that. So thank you for liking, sharing, and subscribing. And I might surprise you again tomorrow. Another surprise live stream again, maybe tomorrow. I won't tell you if I'm going live. You'll just have to keep those notifications on just in case if I do. All right, that is it. As always, I am David Schlotthauer. I'll talk to you again soon.